to be a student-centered university. In line with this, the university launches its strategic plan 2017 to 2022 and also celebrates recertification of ISO 9 quality management systems.
The version that we were certified with before was the ISO 9001 2008, and the ISO revised that version to now ISO 9001 2015, and they released the new version in 2015 September. And they required every organization that was certified for 9001 2008 to transit to the new version. So our university was initially certified with the ISO 9001 2008. So when this directive was given, we set out to now transit to the new version, and we were able to do this and transited in July 2017 successfully. And I'm happy to report that we were the second public university to transit to 9001 2015.
The students of the Co-operative University of Kenya remain disciplined and focused on their paths, so delighted to be associated with CUK.
The institution is located in a very serene atmosphere that is conducive for learning, and when students come to this place so that they are trained, I've seen for the last batch of people or students who've graduated, they have never struggled, for instance, to get employment, because the corporate world believes in the skills that are offered to students specifically from this institution.
The students' welfare is well taken care of, including health facilities, the library, clean environment, and above all, a well-motivated pool of teaching staff. The mandate of the Co-operative University of Kenya is elaborate.
We also want to increase our research and extension activities so that we can be able to have about 100 million research grants being received in the university per year. We also
cooperatives annually.
It is worth noting that CUK, in its niche market of cooperatives, has worked with various stakeholders, especially county governments locally and international partners, towards this agenda.
We have been doing some linkages with the cooperative movement. In Kenya specifically, that is locally, we have been working with the government, particularly the ministry in charge of cooperative development. At the county level, we have also entered into memorandums of understanding with the various counties.
As the cooperative movement grows, the university is well positioned to make its contribution.
We have good lecturers who offer quality training.
The university is located in the serene environment of Karen, where the environment is quiet and conducive for learning, and the students here are disciplined.
Against the notion that cooperatives are an old man's theory, CUK has beaten the odds and is working towards engaging the youth to this end.
We want to work more with the young people. The problem has been we have got stuck to the traditional ways of doing business in cooperatives, which is of no much interest to them.
As the university releases its second batch of graduates to the labor market, it is congratulations.
I just want to congratulate them and urge them that once they go outside there, they have to remain the ambassadors of our institution.
This is a precious lot of people. Though you're not the first graduates of the university, you're the second. But you have so much that has been put into, especially since we have been working with you as, for a period of time as a fully fledged university. The university grow, you know the aspirations that you had for yourselves when you came in. You know the knowledge and information the knowledge and skills that you have gathered as you are here with us. What we would like you to do is to be ambassadors for the university.
The graduating class of 2017, I think one of the things I would like to tell them is that the cooperative movement in this country is ready to absorb them and to learn from the knowledge that they have gained when they are training here.
To the stakeholders and partners of the Cooperative University of Kenya,
I would like to tell the prospective students and other stakeholders that CUCK is a university that offers a cooperative training, which is a unique field, and also in other related fields like business, and we offer quality services.
To the prospective students, here is your home.
This is a place where you can develop your careers.
To apply for our intakes in January, May, and September, we offer the following courses: Master of Cooperative Management, Master of Business Administration, MBA, Master of Community Development, Bachelor of Science in Disaster Risk Management and Sustainable Development, BDM, Bachelor of Cooperative Business, BCoB, Bachelor of Commerce, BCom, Bachelor of Science in Finance, Bachelor of Science in Entrepreneurship, Bachelor of Cooperatives and Community Development, BCCD. Be part of the CUK family. Call us on 0724 311 606 or email us enquiries@cuk.ac.ke or even visit our website www.cuk.ac.ke.
institution, an institution that has served the cooperative movement in this country.
The story of the Co-operative University of Kenya spans since the year 1952. Since then, this institution has shaped and transformed lives, championed the economy of the nation, trained thousands of graduates, serving the gigantic Kenya's cooperative movement, notably the best in Africa and 7th best in the world.
The cooperative movement there is a time I used to look at it as the 8th wonder of the world. Why do I say that? Because this is a movement that is embraced by everybody. It is practiced in all countries in the world and in all sectors of the economy.
This is a university which has a special niche in the area of cooperatives, and we believe cooperatives hold the key to development in this nation. Kenya is one of the leading countries when it comes to cooperatives. We are number 7 internationally and first in Africa. And cooperatives is the leading sector when it comes to generation of employment, secondly to the civil service.
The university sits in the serene suburbs of Karen, an environment so serene for academic work and ample security for both staff and students. This story can only be told back to back, rich in history and packed. The Co-operative University of Kenya stands today as a chartered public university in the Republic of Kenya. It was awarded her charter by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, on 7th October 2016.
The elevation of 8 university colleges into fully chartered universities. These institutions are drawn from every corner of our country. From the Cooperative University here in Nairobi.
That elevation to a university, increasing the mandate of the university, has lent the attraction of the right personnel who are
our honorable guests in this 6th CUK Annual Conference. We really are proud to have you here. And in very few minutes, we will be starting off. We are just waiting for the chief guest to arrive. He is on his way, and shortly we'll be ready to start. Feel at home. You are being part of this conference gives it meaning, and it's very important to us. So as I have said, very shortly, we will be starting activities on the program. Karibuni sana. May I ask those who are out there to get in? The chief guest is around, so we'll be starting very few minutes from now. We note that we are behind schedule, and therefore once we start, we'll want to move with the program very fast. So those who are outside here, please do come in. Those outside there, please do come in. You could as well go back to register after we have started off the program. And we really are happy to have you here. Your participation, your deliberations in sessions, the paper you will be presenting, probably your contribution in comments, questions in various sessions are very important in making this conference a big success. So we are proud to host you. You are special and mean so much to us. Very shortly, we will be starting.
a top freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
Our chief guest, Dr. Mwania, representing the CEO, NRF, Chairperson of Council, Dr. Jeremy Bundi, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Kamau Ngamau, members of the Council, Deputy Vice Chancellors here, members of University Management Board, members of Senate, keynote speakers, presenters, sponsors, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 6th CUK Annual Conference. And to start us off, may I ask Richard Mwangeka to open for us with a word of prayer. Richard, please.
Our chief guest, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, shall we please rise up for this prayer? As we pray, I just want us to remind ourselves from a verse in Psalm 119, verse 66, which says, "Teach me knowledge and good judgment, for I trust your commands." Let's pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you and glorify you for providence and sustenance of our lives. Being human, Lord, we ask that you may forgive us all our sins and hear our prayer. Lord, as we begin our 6th CUK Annual Conference, may you dwell in our midst and guide us in all the sessions from beginning to the end. Give us peace and sound minds as we engage in varied ideas and knowledge sharing sessions on how our cooperatives can build better in this post-COVID economic recovery environment. Lord, you are the prime source of all wisdom and knowledge. Illuminate our professors, scholars, educators, and practitioners with all resourceful knowledge and wisdom so that they are able to provide solutions to endemic problems in this sector, which is vital for survival and sustainability of humanity whom you care so much for. Lord, remember also to bless the CUK family, all the organizers of this conference, the presenters and participants. Lord, may you also bless our country and our international friends and partners. May we all prosper and overcome the challenges and devastating shocks of our time. All this we ask, trusting and believing in the most precious, holy name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you so much, Richard. Our chief guest, in this year's conference, we are focusing on the role social and solidarity economy organizations and enterprises can play in recovery and building back better in post-COVID era. And we want to appreciate various persons and organizations that have made the conference a success. First of all, I want to appreciate participants here in the hall, those following us online and through YouTube. Second, I want to appreciate the members of the conference organizing committee who made this conference possible through their time, their input, their ideas, and we really want to appreciate them so much. Three, we want to appreciate various organizations, sponsors whose financial support made it possible in organization of this conference. I want to appreciate Young Scholars Initiative, ATC Limited, Shirika Deposit Taking Circle, Safaricom Deposit Taking Circle, Kenya National Police Deposit Taking Circle, and global communities. I will give them just 3 minutes each to come and say a word or two, noting that we are behind schedule, and they will have time in the program allocated where they will be able to make much more comment and discussions. We will start with the Young Scholars Initiative. Their representative, please. And let us clap for the young scholars. They have always joined us in the conference, and we see the future is bright if young people are engaging in this space. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much, Prof. Good morning, the chief guest, the Vice Chancellor, and all protocols. My name is Timothy Bisakaya, and I'm the coordinator for the Cooperative Working Group for the Young Scholars Initiative. Young Scholars Initiative is a global initiative of about 20,000 young people. These are masters and PhD students across 111 countries who are pursuing new ways of economic thinking. And just like Prof said, I don't want to say much, but I just want to request a few of us who have arrived. I have a delegation from different countries, but I have a few of us who have arrived just to stand and wave maybe to the audience. Yes, so thank you so much. And we have our separate event in the afternoon and tomorrow. We hope to share more, and we hope that you also join us. Thank you so much.
A big clap for Timothy. Next, ATC Limited. Karibu sana, Dr. Gwei. You are doing a good job. A clap for Gwei, please.
Thank you so much. Our chief guest, Dr. Kioko, representing the NRF, the chairperson of the council, Dr. Jeremy Bundi, Vice Chancellor Professor Ngamau Kamau, the DVC presence, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, so I'm Dr. Gwei. I'm a lecturer at the School of Cooperatives and Community Development, and currently the acting CEO of Agri and Cooperative Training and Consultancy Services Limited. So ATC is the consulting arm of the university, and this year we are glad to be part of the sponsors of this particular conference. And we are glad that you're bringing along our partners. We have Kenya National Police, we have Safaricom, we have Shirika Sacco, and we're hoping that next year it will be better than this. So thank you so much, and God bless us.
Asante sana, Dr. Gwei. Shirika Sacco representative, karibu sana. Some 3 minutes for you. A clap for Shirika Sacco.
Our chief guest, all protocols observed, good morning. On behalf of Shirika, we are happy to be part of this conference. Maybe I'll just start by requesting officials from Shirika and any member from Shirika just to stand. Members of Shirika, thank you. We are many. But just to say that as Shirika Sacco, we are happy to be part of this conference. Shirika and Cooperative University are one and the same, and indeed it's a pleasure for us to be part of the organizers of this conference. My name is Uluma Philip, the Vice Chairman for Shirika Sacco. You are all welcome for this conference. Thank you.
A big clap for Shirika. Next, Safaricom Sacco. Karibu sana, 3 minutes. You will have time to make a presentation thereafter. Please come, clap for her, she comes.
The chief guest, and all guests in here, all protocol observed. Hamjamboni. In Kenya, it's a good morning. It's a cool morning, inside here. Outside, it's very cold. And we are excited to be here. We are excited to be part of this big forum, the Catholic Cooperative Bank University. And we are excited for all the invites that we usually get here. My name is Elizabeth Mudogo. I'm the vice chair of Safaricom Sacco. Now, if I just give a small brief, and thank you very much for this opportunity, I'll stick to 2 minutes that are left. The Safaricom Sacco is a very progressive Sacco. And we are not only harnessing opportunities for the Safaricom staff, we also welcome every other person. I saw the young person here, and how we call it within the Safaricom Sacco, we call it Mlete Ndani. It cuts across. We have the young people, we have old people, we have people who are doing businesses, we have small businesses who have joined us, we call them the bonds. And this pandemic created a very good opportunity for us. We are fully digital. In fact, onboarding, I'm surprised to see the programs on papers. We are fully digital. So as we go along, we will definitely induct you on how to do these things from a digital space. Talk of the propositions that we have in a snapshot. We are among the first people who actually joined the mortgage, to have the mortgage. And for the young people, this is a good opportune time for you to start the journey very early. We also have very interesting products. We have the lowest rate. When you look at the loan product, we have the lowest rate in the market, and we have progressive products that cut across. Both from a mobile perspective, everything is on mobile. You can actually get mobile loans. We have long-term loans, and the rates are amazing. You need to be able to join us. And the joining is very simple, even for the chief guest and anyone who's interested. You just log on to Safaricom. How do I join the Safaricom Sacco? And we are happy to let you in. So we are excited to be in this forum. Our tent is out there for those who believe in the physical entity. We have real people who can be able to usher you on. Asanteni. Thanks.
You are welcome. Remember Mlete Ndani, and we'll do that.
Thank you.
Next, Kenya Police Sacco.
Thank you. Chief guests, all protocol observed. Good morning. Yeah, I'm called Solomon Angutsa Asiaya. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Kenya National Police DT Sacco. And I'm personally excited to be part of what is happening here, where the academia and the practitioners are converging just to think through what is happening out there, what probable solutions can be generated out from the academia into the practice. So I'm excited. Otherwise, Kenya National Police DT Sacco is the third largest Sacco in this country, with a membership of 68,000, with a balance sheet asset of 45 billion. And we are not just for police. We also accept everybody else. So kindly, we are not a police station. We are actually a financial institution where you can come and change your social, economics, business world around you. I came with two managers, maybe Caro and Reclaim, our internal head of audit. Caro, you can say hello. And then Reclaim is our head of admin, and we also have a tent outside there. You could also visit and just sample out some of the great things we are doing out there. We are in mortgage, we are in business, and all things. Thank you very much. Let's tag along. Thank you.
A big clap for Kenya Police Sacco. And they have said they are not a police station, so feel free to visit and see what services they are offering. Lastly, Global Communities Clear Program.
our chief guest, Vice Chancellor, Commissioner for Cooperative Development, all protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Olga Oyer. I'm the Country and Policy and Legislative Specialist at the CLEAR program. Global Communities is implementing the Cooperatives Leadership, Engagement, Advocacy and Research program. And through this program, we aim to support the enhancement of the cooperative ecosystem in Kenya. And so for a forum like this, we are happy to be part of the conversation where the practitioners meet with the academia to interrogate the issues that are within our cooperative sector. More so this year, even as we look at building back better. Our program has been working in collaboration with the Co-operative University of Kenya to look at how worker-owned cooperatives can be part of building back better, part of creating opportunities for youth and women particularly to build their resilience. I'm happy about our collaboration with the Co-operative University of Kenya. Spans back to the launch of our program, which was done right here in this hall 4 years ago. And we continue to work closely with the Co-operative University of Kenya as they aim to work and to become the center of excellence for cooperatives education. Our collaboration with the Young Scholars Initiative has also been fruitful and will also be part of their side event as we look at still engaging in the conversation with the youth about building resilience and promoting the worker cooperative model in Kenya. Finally, accompanied by several of my colleagues, I just ask them to stand and wave, and you'll engage with them later as they do their presentations in the day. Thank you, colleagues. And others are also online. And today we'll be speaking a bit more about the social systems networking analysis of the cooperative movement in Kenya, which we did earlier this year. No, actually in the past 2 years, been doing a series of that. We've also been doing a 4-year research on cooperative resilience, and Professor Scott Bellows will be taking us through that presentation. It's part of our collaboration with the United States International University of Africa, and also we'll be having a conversation with the youth on worker cooperatives and the youth. On behalf of Global Communities, we are grateful for the continued collaboration, and we look forward to interacting with each of you throughout the day and indeed throughout the conference. Asanteni sana.
Karibu sana. A big hand clap for Global Communities. May I recognize the following who have joined us from different countries. Martin Hitmaya, Burundi. A big clap for him, please. Matthias Sylvesters Nkuli, Tanzania. Karibu sana. Prof. Mohammed Maire, Somalia. Dr. Gracian Gavei, Tanzania. Thank you. Sanjir online is following from online. Shadrach Matindike, Zimbabwe. Karibu sana. Marenchile, Botswana. And lastly, Terence from Zimbabwe. And we are proud you have joined us. Now, lastly, let me invite the DVC CDRI, Professor Isaac Nyamongo, to take over the remaining part of this program. Karibu sana, Professor.
The chief guest, Dr. Kyoko Mwenia, who is representing the Director, National Research Fund, Dr. Jemima Onsare, Chairperson of University Council, Dr. Jeremy Bundi, University Council members who are here, the Commissioner of Cooperatives, Mr. David Obonyo. Thank you for coming, and thank you for supporting the work of the university and what we are doing with regard to the worker cooperatives, with, of course, in collaboration with global communities. We want to take this early opportunity to recognize the support that you have given us, and we are continuing to work on that. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Kamau Ngamau, DVC, Finance, Planning and Administration, Professor Esther Gisheru, who is here, members of University Management Board, Senate, who are present here. We have our keynote speakers, we have our presenters, we have our sponsors who have talked before us, invited guests, and members of staff and students. Good morning. My name is Isaac Nyamongo, as you've been told, DVC, in charge of cooperative development, research and innovation, and also the acting Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academic affairs. It's a very warm morning today, given what we are doing, and I just want to welcome each one of you to this very beautifully decorated hall. I have come to actually like this place, given its size and you know, the warmth that it brings to meetings like this. And it is our pleasure as a university. I know people have been saying the tent is outside. You are actually in this universe now, you are in the tent. You don't need to go outside, you are actually in the tent. This is where researchers, practice, and the policymakers meet. And this is one of those events that makes who we are. The 6th CUK Annual Conference, which is focusing on building back better after COVID-19, and we are looking at the role of social solidarity economy organizations in this post-COVID-19 pandemic. And we want to ask ourselves serious questions in this meeting. How has COVID-19 affected the social solidarity economy organizations where cooperatives play a big role? And I just want to recognize the presence of the CEO of the Cooperative Alliance of Kenya, Mr. Marube, who is here. Thank you for coming. And he is, a leading champion in this area on social solidarity economy organizations where the cooperatives play a key role. We want to ask ourselves in this meeting, what have we learned and how can we build back better? So the lessons that we learned from the COVID-19 should, to use the terminology now that is commonly used out there, should immunize us against similar future shocks. And that's why we're here, to learn these lessons so that we become more and not less resilient. So this year's conference theme builds on what we did last year, social and solidarity economy as a catalyst for resilience, inclusivity, and attainment of sustainable development goals. And the conference itself is aligned to Kenya Vision 2030, to the government of Kenya's development agenda that seeks to fully exploit the social solidarity economy sector for employment creation and income generation. Everybody's talking about creating employment. And as I have said, again, I want to say that the cooperative movement is indeed a key actor in this area. And the conference that we are today attending has 4 sub-themes. The first one is focusing on supply chains, recovery options for building resilience to future shocks. We're going to be looking at the role of ICT. We'll be looking at strategic thinking as a pillar in economic recovery. And more importantly, and I want to underscore this, the role of worker cooperatives in the post-COVID-19 recovery. The conference itself has attracted many presenters, and some of them are here. It's truly an international conference, having, representation from different countries within the continent and beyond. And we are also on the side hosting the youth workshop, where more than 100 youth will learn and share on issues around the themes that I have elaborated, but also on issues to do with the worker cooperatives, because really these are the future of this country. Now, we of course recognize the participation of accomplished scholars, researchers, practitioners within Kenya and the Africa region as a whole. And it is my hope that from this engagement that we will be able to identify potential research areas that we can continue researching on. And I'm happy that NRF is represented. Dr. Monia is here. And once we identify this, that's why we call you actually, so that you get to know what it is that we are actually working on. And we'll be approaching NRF for support, not just for research, but also for our innovation center. That we are in the process of putting up on campus. And I'm happy to announce that, the Cooperative Bank is already putting 30 million Kenya shillings into the Innovation Hub, and NRF, we have indications that they are actually committed to supporting us in this. We have organizations that have supported this meeting. Shirika, DT Sacco, Safaricom, DT Sacco, the Kenya National Police, DT Sacco. You have been told it is not a police station. It's a place you go and get money to, develop ourselves. And of course, with support from USAID, we have global communities that are supporting us through their CLEAR program, and ATC also, and the Young Scholars Initiative. I just want to thank all of you for giving us the support and for this, that has gone into, putting this meeting in place. With these few remarks, may I now invite the DVC, my colleague, Professor Esther Gisheru, to give her remarks, and after which I'll give you the next directions. Professor Gisheru.
Yeah, the chief guest, Dr. Onsale, Chief Executive Officer, National Research Fund, the Chair of University Council, Dr. Jeremy, and the Vice Chancellor, Professor Kamau Gamau, the University Council members present, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, CDRI, the keynote speakers, and let me recognize also the members of the University Management Board and Senate who are present here. Keynote speakers, presenters, all the sponsors as they have been mentioned, invited guests and all partners, members of staff and students who are here, ladies and gentlemen, good morning all of you. Yeah, I hope it's not yet afternoon. I think we are still morning. Yeah, so I think this is a very important topic that we are addressing now, and we are happy that we are addressing this as we are coming from a pandemic, because we are trying to see how we can, bounce back using these social and solidarity economy enterprises. Now, the social and solidarity economy, like we may be aware, is an umbrella concept designating social and solidarity economy enterprises and organizations. In particular, like the previous speaker has mentioned, cooperatives are included in this group. We also have mutual benefit societies, associations, foundations, and non-profit and social enterprises. And they have a very specific feature of producing goods, service, and knowledge while pursuing both economic and social aims and also fostering solidarity. I know when we started hearing of this topic of social and solidarity economy, the people in the cooperative sector sometimes would say, no, we don't belong there. Because why are we combining our big enterprises with the Juakari and those small enterprises? But I think as we went on, we realized that we share something in common. We share the same practices, we share the same principles and values, because we look at these, solidarity economies, they have something to do with participation. Members participate. They have something to do with the democracy, solidarity, and the social part of it, and sometimes even the environmental aims. And so we realized we are together, we are talking about the same things, and therefore it is good to hold hands together so that we can work as one group. So the social economy has proven to be resilient to economic crisis, and I think this was realized first during the global crisis of 2007, 2008, is when we realized that cooperatives offered a different way of doing business because they were resilient, and as we saw big organizations going down, cooperatives never went down. And so this is the same spirit with all other forms of solidarity economies. And in terms of rising inequalities, environmental degradation, and overall economic turbulence, we find that the social economy provides civil society with the means to fulfill its needs. And indeed, the social economy provides goods and services in tune with the reality, culture, and the needs of the community that it serves, because they are entrenched within their communities. So the socio-economic institutions and organizations therefore play an important role in promoting livelihoods and job creation in the fight against poverty. Socio-economic enterprises also offer an important source of employment, like it has been mentioned, especially in the face of global unemployment and other employment problems. And therefore, I think we are here today to analyze the role of these very important organizations and institutions, and we need to boost them, to support them, to see them boost the visibility of these enterprises and organizations, because like we are now observing, they could also be the institutions of the future. So we need to give them all the support that is needed in order for them to work for the communities in which they are entrenched. Then we also need to support them to generate socio and technological innovations, which are also very necessary as we go forward. Issues of funding, I think we shall be talking about them during the conference. You know, how do we ensure that they are well funded and therefore be able to remove any legal obstacles that hinder them from operating in a good environment. So I want to join the rest of us as we go on with this conference for the 2 days to ensure that we are going to analyze any presentation that are going to be made so that we can see from there, how do we move on? What can we get from there, even to influence our policies to make sure that the social solidarity economy is well taken care of. So with these few remarks, I want to once again to say I'm happy to be part of this conference. Thank you, and I want now to hand back to Professor Nyamongo to take us to the next level. Thank you.
The person who has just left here, I just want to also put this on record. She is the chair of Shirika Sacco. Now, we want to hear from the movement, the voice of the movement, the Cooperative Alliance of Kenya. And the CEO is here, Daniel Marube. Please come and give us a word.
Thank you, Prof. The Chairman of the Council, the Vice Chancellor, the Commission of Cooperatives present here with us, the Chief Guest, all invited guests, presenters, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great morning for me to be here and to be associated with this great event representing the cooperative movement in this country. This activity, the event of today, the papers that will be presented today are eagerly awaited with the outcomes to see what we can be able to implement in the cooperative sector to bring the much needed transformation. Indeed, we know that the impact of COVID affected the momentum that the cooperatives had gained. But we are glad to say that in spite of that impact, the cooperatives continued to show resilience and growth. The statistics that were given by the regulator indicated that our savings and the consumption of credit continued to grow. This showed, therefore, that cooperatives are playing a very critical role in bringing transformation in this country. That in spite of the challenges, when the economy was going down, cooperatives were able to bring their resources together and grew. Actually, we noted that during the impact of COVID-19, the uptake on technology in the cooperatives went up by more than 60% within that 1 year. More investment went into that area. Cooperatives, we depend on the university. As when you look at our structure, the way cooperatives are structured in East Africa, and in Kenya particularly, the cooperative university plays a key role in providing knowledge that is required for our development. We depend on the universities to give us the research, to show us the way, the trends, where we're heading. What are the new products? What are the people require? Where is the world heading? So that cooperatives can come together and take opportunities at the right time. It is this reason also that we are also planning to have an East African Cooperative Leaders Conference to come and find out, now that we are having the common market East African community, how can cooperatives position themselves to take advantage of the bigger market so that we can bring the most needed transformation within the cooperatives, because we believe the cooperative model is the best way we can bring, it can play the catalytic role to bring the much needed change, to create job opportunities, to improve the socio-economic lives of our people. So therefore, indeed, the organizers of this event, we are looking forward to receiving the outcomes, the key areas that we can quickly implement so that we can supplement on what we have in our strategic plans in our cooperative movement, so that the cooperative movement can continue to play the key role that it intends to do, so that we can bring change in our members, we can bring change to our people, we can bring change in our economies and societies. May God bless you. Thank you.
Now, CEO, I just wanted you to greet the people. You've gone ahead and presented a paper. I think now I want to formally invite you to our next year's conference to actually come and present.
Thank
you. Yes, may I now invite the Vice Chancellor, who will give his remarks, after which then he will invite the Chair of Council to give his remarks. In the process, I think the Chair of Council will request we know that the Commissioner is giving a presentation right after the chief guest presentation. I almost said my classmate. Yes, after the chief guest presentation, the Commissioner will be giving a presentation. But before then, he will just, just salamu tu. So, Bwana Vice Chancellor.
Good morning. And those who are following us from elsewhere, I'm not sure at what time of the day it is. It might be afternoon. For them, good afternoon, or for those who it is evening, good evening. So mine is to welcome each one of us at the Co-operative University of Kenya, and also to the 6th Co-operative University of Kenya Conference. Karibuni sana. So the chief guest, Dr. Jemima Onsare, the Chief Executive Officer, the National Research Fund, represented by Dr. Kyoko Nzuve Mwania, the Commissioner for Cooperatives, Mr. David Obonyo, the CEO of the Cooperative Alliance of Kenya, Mr. Daniel Marube, the Chair of the Cooperative University of Kenya Council, Dr. Jeremy Bundi, any other University Council members who are present, our DVCs, Professor Isaac Nyamongo, DVC CDRI, and also acting DVCA, and the Professor Esther Gisheru, DVC Finance Planning and Administration, members of the University Management Board, and also members of Senate present, all academic staff and other staff who are present, students, keynote presenters, other presenters, sponsors, invited guests and partners. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 6th CUK Conference, Annual Conference 2022, and to the Cooperative University of Kenya. We feel highly honored to have you participate as guests, keynote speakers, presenters of papers in the different sessions of the conference. CUK places great importance on this conference, which has become a key annual event in our calendar. The theme of this year's conference is Building Back Better, the role of social and solidarity economy enterprises and organizations in the post-COVID-19 recovery. And this speaks to the importance of learning useful lessons in emergencies with a view of building resilience to future shocks. Our chief guests, ladies and gentlemen, CUK places great importance on research. In this regard, the university in its second strategic plan, 2022 to 2027, which was recently launched, has a particular strategic objective on research and dissemination of research findings. In the strategic plan, we are deliberate on increasing the university research output and attracting research funds to the tune of 250 million shillings within the period. Thus, we see this conference and its output as a core part of implementation of the CUK strategic plan. In our research engagement, we are conscious of the need for solutions to key problems facing our nation and mankind at this critical time. Thus, the focus of this conference is to contribute to the post-COVID-19 recovery and resilience building, which is a major challenge facing Kenya and the world at large. The social and solidarity economy has gained significance in the recent past, as Professor Gisheru has just stated shortly. The ILO has spearheaded the promotion of the social and solidarity economy within the United Nations system. I recently represented the Chair of Council at a conference on decent work and social solidarity economy hosted by the International Labour Organization and the Friedrich Ebert Foundation in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire in May. The key role of the SSE was clearly brought out. The African Union 10-year strategy on SSE was also presented and discussed. A continental summit on the same is planned for next year in Dakar, Senegal. Therefore, what we are discussing here is very timely and critical. Our chief guest, it is important to also point out that CUK is also keen on generating innovation through research activities. To this end, great progress has been made towards the realization of the Cooperative Innovation Hub, and Professor Nyamongo has already alluded to that. This hub will play a key role in meeting the needs of the cooperative movement and other social and solidarity economy organizations. It is our hope that the hub and the annual CUK conference will place CUK strategically to become a center of social and solidarity studies in the Central and East Africa region. We will continuously seek partnerships in the establishment of the Innovation Hub and the frameworks for growing the CUK as a leading center for the social and solidarity economy studies. We are glad that so far we are partnering with the Cooperative Bank to begin the initial phase of the development of the hub. And we are looking out for partners. When we come to you, we'll be delighted to have a positive response. Our chief guest, let me take a moment and appreciate the critical role the National Research Fund plays and the partnerships we have enjoyed with the organization. We are grateful to report that we are currently implementing 2 projects funded by the NRF. NRF has also been one of the major sponsors of the CUK Annual Conference over the years, and we really, truly appreciate the support you have accorded us. We look forward to working closely with NRF on matters of research and dissemination to advance research culture in institutions of higher learning in Kenya. Your acceptance to be the chief guest in the 6th CUK Annual Conference is a great honor to our university, and we really want to appreciate that gesture. Lastly, our chief guest, let me take this opportunity to invite you to our next graduation slated for December 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, with these few remarks, allow me now to invite the chairperson of the University Council, Dr. Jeremy Bundi, to make his remarks and thereafter invite the chief guests to address us. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, our distinguished Vice Chancellor. I was thinking through the protocol, it's very important that our Commissioner of Cooperatives, or this is giving a presentation, just greet the people. The Commissioner of Cooperatives is a very important person in the movement of cooperatives. Just greet the people as you prepare to do your presentation. It's important for them to know you are present.
Okay. Thank you, the chief guest, for this function today, and the chairman of the University Council, the Vice Chancellor, and the other TVCs. Good morning, all of you. I'm Deputy Obonyo, Commissioner for Cooperatives, and I'm happy to join you in this occasion. Thank you.
Our chief guest, Dr. Kioko Mwania, the Commissioner of Cooperatives, Commissioner David Obonyo, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Kamau, our distinguished council member, present accompanying the chairman, Mr. Peter Wajoy, who represents the PS for State Department for Cooperatives, the COCAK, Mr. Dan Marube, whom I've worked with in cooperatives for many years, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Nyamongo, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Finance is Ms. Professor Esther Gishero, distinguished members of the University Management Board and the Senate, keynote speakers who will give presentations in this conference, and all presenters, our dear sponsors in global communities, Safaricom Sacco, Ushirika Sacco, Police Sacco, to mention but a few, invited guests and partners, all from East African countries and the SADC, distinguished members of staff and students. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Dumela, our people from Botswana and the one from SADC. Is it Dumela or Dumelala? Let me also begin by welcoming you all to the 6th CUK Annual Conference, ably themed, Building Back Better, the role of social and solidarity economy, and organizations in post-COVID-19 recovery. Secondly, let me thank the conference organizers for establishing and maintaining a consistent calendar for the annual conference. I also appreciate that cooperatives form the largest proportion of social and solidarity economy, and therefore the intentional choice of focus on SSEO by the Co-operative University of Kenya Annual Conference is in furtherance of the university mandate. Our chief guest, the world is beginning to deeper explore alternative economic models that can offer a more inclusive and sustainable growth. The social and solidarity economy is one of the models that has received UN attention for decades now. I therefore hope that the university organizers, researchers, practitioners, and partners make the Cooperative University Annual Conference a must-go-to global annual event on social and solidarity economy matters because of the constructive deliberations and actionable outputs that can to be associated with this conference. Our chief guest, the CUK Council, is keen on seeing the university grow into a strong research-focused institution. It is on this ground that the Council has approved a new strategic plan in which research and knowledge dissemination is a key area of focus. Further, in order to achieve synergy between academics and research, the Council has guided institutional reorganization within the university to bring the academic division and the research division together with a view to realizing enhanced research and dissemination in the university. As a council, we appreciate the continued support of National Research Fund towards the Co-operative University of Kenya Annual Conference and research projects in the university. I request you to consider extending more research support to develop more capacity at the Co-operative University of Kenya. This is necessary considering that Co-operative University of Kenya is a young university that needs greater support to establish stronger institutions. The Co-operative University of Kenya is happy to work closely with the National Research Fund in its mandate of advancing research in Kenya. We, as a university council, we appreciate the role of the cooperatives very much, and all the circles who support this conference, kudos to you all. I wish to confirm the support we give and also given by the cooperatives. I would like to confirm police circle when he says it's not a police station. I joined the police force in 1981 when I was a very young graduate. Unfortunately, I did not join the circle. But from the history I got about the circle, it's one of the best learned circles. Whatever you hear about the police, go to their circle. You get a shock of your life. It's a well-managed circle. And they bought the first building, I think, is that Milimani area? The first building, which was a very beautiful building. Keep up the good work. Ushirika, we know you are a mother in the cooperatives. Safaricom, you have invited her, but you have not told her about the age. You welcome people blind, but tell us about the age also. All, even the ones on the 7th floor and the 8th floor, with the right touch. You are most welcome to the Co-operative University of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, with these few remarks, it is now my humble duty to now invite our chief guest today, Dr. Kioko, representing Jemima Onsale, the Chief Executive Officer, National Research Fund, to give our opening remarks and officially open the 6th Annual Conference 2022. Thank you all and God bless you. To the SADC, to our SADC brothers, say hello to all the cooperatives and the cooperators in the down south. Thank you and God bless you all.
So, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Gamau, the Chair of the University Council, Dr. Jeremy Undi, the PS representative, cooperatives, the DVC research, Professor Nyamongo and other DVCs, Senate members, faculty, staff, Chair of the Cooperative Alliance, Mr. Daniel Marube, delegates from SACCOs and other cooperatives, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It gives me a great pleasure to be here representing the National Research Fund and the CEO of the National Research Fund, Dr. Jemima Onsare, to be participating in this auspicious event. Before I move on to the prepared speech for the CEO, National Research Fund, let me say that the NRF and the Cooperative University of Kenya have had a very long and fruitful engagement and cooperation in various spheres, and more specifically in the area that the National Research Fund is mandated. We have quite a number of applications that we have processed from the Cooperative University of Kenya, and I must say that the depth of scholarship in the Cooperative University of Kenya is world-class, and we must applaud this university for that. I would like to give a special mention to one of the PIs of the Cooperative University of Kenya, whose project we have been supporting, focusing on disaster management, Professor Wycliffe Omboka, whose work is exceptional. Now, of course, we are talking about sustainable development and resilience in the post-COVID period. And therefore, researchers and scholars in these areas, including disaster management, we consider very key and very important. So I've heard it mentioned that the Cooperative University of Kenya is now pioneering to set up a innovation hub, and we feel that this is an important milestone, not only for the country, but for the region. And we are going to take this up, and I will take this to the CEO and the board of directors to consider supporting this initiative. The cooperative movement in this country has got a very long and history, and the economy of this country from inception has benefited greatly from the activities of the cooperative movement. When I grew up in southeastern Kenya, I used to interact with my parents and other relatives, neighbors, all who were members of, especially farmers' cooperatives. And we know that especially the economies of these rural areas were supported by these various cooperatives. And I was talking earlier with the chair of the Cooperative Alliance, and I believe that through research and synergies, we can be able to further the successes of that we are seeing in the 60s and 70s. Let me, with your permission, move to the prepared speech, in which the topic that I will give focus is the role of ICT in service delivery, giving experiences of the research fund, the National Research Fund. We know that during the COVID period, many organizations, including circles and cooperatives, have been challenged because of the downturn of the economy, the shutdowns, and other repercussions that have emanated thereof. And we have been asking ourselves, how can we address these challenges? And we at the National Research Fund believe that we can innovate our way out of these challenges. And I wish to share some of the experiences of how we can SACCOs and other cooperative agencies can benefit by shared experiences. And I'm basically focused on the role of ICT in that's serving as solutions to overcoming some of these challenges. So let me move to the prepared speech. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to be a part of the 6th CUK Annual Conference. I'm informed that the objective of this prestigious 2022 conference is an example of the role of social and solidarity economy enterprises and organizations in the post-COVID-19 recovery period. This event, which brings together researchers, practitioners, industry players, policymakers, and national and county governments and students, is a unique opportunity to exchange shared ideas and experience of the great importance of the cooperative movement and other aspects to academia and the country. While the conference has 4 sub-themes, my talk will be focused on sub-theme number 2, namely the role of ICT in catalyzing economic recovery and building back better. And I wish to say that Safaricom SACCO is one that has really showed initiative in this particular area, in leveraging on ICT to solve problems, especially those that have been brought by the ravages of the COVID pandemic. As we are all aware, COVID-19 lockdowns have turned many aspects of our physical lives into virtual reality almost overnight. Digital has taken on a compelling new meaning in our lives. People both home and workplaces across our planet Earth are all increasingly dependent on access to digitally driven technological innovations and seamless connectivity. By effectively utilizing digital technologies and sharing credible information in a timely manner, many tech-savvy organizations, including SACCOs, have managed to ride out the perils of COVID-19 in this period. Research on these organizations have shown clearly that ICT tools in the digital age have in no small part offered economic recovery opportunities for numerous organizations, including SACCO, at this period in time. COVID-19 has been in our midst. At the same time, ICT has also interestingly provided enormous opportunities during this crisis period for those innovative and enterprising entities leveraging on the power of ICT tools. In this connection, the ICT has opened windows of opportunity for many organizations to increase efficiency and productivity in the most innovative and versatile organizations. Many have maintained services uninterrupted, enabling those with access to carry on with their productive activities virtually. Schools, hospitals, government administrative offices, and museums are examples of institutions that have been able to support their fledgling operations during the COVID-19 period with ICT tools. Today, many of our daily goods and services are available through apps set up by enterprising and innovative citizens. Many SACCOs and cooperatives have also gone this route and provided their services online. Taken a case in point of global successful digital platform leveraging on ICT global tech giants Amazon, Meta, Google, and Microsoft. In Asia, we have seen many organizations develop versatile tools, including teaching platforms, which they have been supporting their organizations. Having, for example, had an experience in South India, I can mention that the farmers' organizations have huge networks, cooperative networks, and they have been leveraging on ICT tools to be able to share ideas and also provide services online. Online services are some of the digital ICT tools that have proven to be valuable tools for catalyzing service delivery on both local and national levels, enabling organizations, including circles and cooperative organizations, to reach most of their clients better, and by extension, transforming lives in this very dark COVID crisis period. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like at this juncture to share some highlights from a success story of how one organization in Kenya, namely our organization, the National Research Fund, has leveraged emerging trends in digital technologies to enhance its efficiency and productivity in the light of the pandemic. NRF is the leading public research agency, is the leading public research fund agency in Kenya. The fund was established under the Science and Technology Innovation Act of 2013, Section 32. The fund became operational in year 2015. The objective of the fund is to facilitate research for advancement of science, technology, and innovation. According to the Act, the fund would constitute an amount totaling to 2% of the country's gross GDP every year, and other monies that are collected, allocated to the fund. In this connection, the fund has been seeking to enhance its services by leveraging on ICT tools. And very recently, we have set up what is referred to as a grant management system to manage the whole process that includes a grant's life cycle. Now, the grant management system that we have in place was intended to standardize data collection and reporting processes across our entire organization. This system has helped us to drive transparency, produce more timely and accurate reporting, and help comply with government financial reporting and other requirements. And I believe that SACCOs can benefit by following this route, by using related tailored tools to this for their organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, in the time NRF has had the GMS technology and software, it has observed that both time and money is saved without sacrificing efficiency in service delivery. When we started the fund, we were an organization whose carbon footprint was increased by over-reliance on paper for all activities and grant management. During the pre-GMS system rollout, grant management processes in our organization were managed with notebooks, spreadsheets, and file folders. I know many of us can relate to that. However, as the program grew, it was clear that a lot of time was spent on paperwork and filing than on delivering grant program objectives. In this turn, we felt that the ability to deviate staff focus from the core mandate to strategy, this use of the paper-based systems deviated our staff focus from the core mandate and strategic goals of organization. But fortunately, our decision to leverage GMS technology bore fruit. We found that a wide range of software solutions could be met with these solutions. It reduced paperwork. We were able to track grant applications. We are able to store used information better accounting solutions. We provided real-time updates on projects, and we were able to collaborate better. And we have been able to solicit success stories so that we can demonstrate the impact of our programs. So when we want to contact our PIs, for example, Professor Omboka looking up on his work through our database system, it is a one touch of a button in our system. So in the time of the COVID period, when social distancing was recommended, we found that we were better able to cope in these circumstances. So the DMS criteria, the software, has also been integrated with our enterprise resource planning system to facilitate timely release of funds and tracking of expenditure. So, ladies and gentlemen, I conclude by encouraging all organizations, including SACCOs and cooperative organizations, to choose relevant ICT solutions to address the challenges they face, especially in this post-COVID period when we are talking about building back better. It is important to note that one size does not fit all, and not all agencies are born equal. And as such, organizations must act with caution and tact and choose from a wide range of software solutions that fit their unique needs and budget. Notably, there are both open source and proprietary solutions, and in some, when organizations are considering technology, is imperative that they map out their existing processes and identify their goals, define what the systems they is required to do, and choose their preferred solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, I would be remiss if I concluded without mentioning the pitfalls of these solutions from our own experiences. One challenge I have alluded to before, in cryptic fashion, is cost. Proprietary solutions are an expensive endeavor, requiring substantial capital outlay and planning, and may be a challenge to some organizations. Safaricom SACCO is fortunate to have a huge depth of personnel support who have wide knowledge in the area of ICT. I would be very much interested to hear about their experiences, and it would be very interesting if there would be a research on their experiences, especially with respect to the application of certain ICT tools towards their success, especially during this period. For a successful system of the one I mentioned, it's our experience that the choice of suitable, cost-measurable solutions fitting an organization's needs is key. The other challenge that many organizations face is resistance to the new system. It is essential to sensitize and train staff to ensure that there is both acceptance and compliance. In this regard, the presence of ICT champions who support the implementation of these systems in the projects is a winning idea. Another critical issue relates to security. The age of online hacking, cybersecurity has become truly essential. Any organization opting to implement this solution, like NRF, will have access to sensitive data. And any organization opting to implement these solutions must therefore ensure that they safeguard this data. As a specialist in the area of intellectual property and a manager of the database that handles our data, I can attest to the requirement for security, and especially for SACCOs where your clients provide information that are of maybe financial or related in nature, most of it confidential. It's very important that you safeguard that data by appropriate means. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we at NRF are pleased to know that our system facilitates us to provide services in a better, more efficient and secure way, even during this post-COVID, during this period. We are trying to build better. This system is one testament that a more digitally connected society is bound to offer Kenyans better value for their taxes. Our broad vision is to leverage ICT to bring our services closer to all our clients and stakeholders to ensure we deliver our services at the highest quality level. Together with our stakeholders in the national government, private sector, academia, social innovators and entrepreneurs that form the National Research and Innovation System, including the research hub that is being established, we will transform this country and with the strategic use of ICT. In this regard, I'm looking forward to hearing the presentations, including those ICT related, as an enabler to development, and more particularly as one that will help the cooperative movement and the institutions that we are talking about to be able to become more resilient in the post-COVID period. Lastly, let me say that I deeply appreciate your invitation, and for the many of our clients in academia, and we also deeply appreciate your trust and commitment in our partnership and engagement in the national research system. I thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very successful conference event. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daktari, for those wonderful remarks. Indeed, ICT is what binds us together in whatever we do. I mentioned that Daktari was my classmate, only that we were in different sections of the class. And we have kept in touch over the period. We are going to have our next presenter, the commissioner, who is going to talk about the general reforms in the cooperative sector, including what we have been working on lately. I think the CEO, CAK, is here. Please start remodeling your room, your house, because we have another child coming called the worker cooperatives. Yeah, so please remodel so that, when the child comes, they will have a room. Yeah, so it's now my pleasure then to invite the Commissioner, David Obonyo, to make his presentation.
Thank you once again for this opportunity to share with you just a few slides on what I had prepared on the topic on the general reforms in cooperatives which I know quite a number of you could be aware, especially those ones who are coming from the cooperative movement, and even the partners who have been working very closely with us in order to support the cooperative movement in Kenya. So my presentation is very brief, and basically is the outline I have is on the session. I want to have some background of historical reforms the government has been undertaking in regard to the cooperative sector. Then we also want to talk about the most recent cooperative bill 2022, which we did last year, and also with I think there's a mix-up, but I hope you will correct. We want to talk about the Cooperative Bill 2022. Then there are some other general legal reforms that we have been undertaking. And finally, the institutional support that the government has been giving to the sector. I hope maybe you can allow me to continue as he tries to fix these gadgets. As most of us are aware, you are aware, the government has continued to create a very conducive environment for the growth and development of cooperatives. And this one has been done through provision of appropriate policy, legal, and institutional reforms. These are the three areas under which the government has been supporting the cooperative sector to create some reforms in the sector. And to have a small, just a very brief highlights on the reforms in the cooperative sector. Most of them, they started in the independence of Kenya. That's immediately after independence. You remember in 1965, when we had our sessional paper number 10 on African socialism and its application to planning in Kenya. This is what led to the enactment of the first cooperative legislation law to govern cooperatives, which was the Cooperative Service Acts of 1965, and which actually played a very key role to develop cooperatives in Kenya. The one we normally always try to say that how can cooperatives go back to the early years of 1970s, 80s, and the 90s. This was the first cooperative act that we had, and it did so much in improving the performance of cooperatives in Kenya. Then, as you are aware also later, we had our first sessional paper in 1970, which was to consolidate the gains the cooperatives had achieved for the last about 15 years. Then thereafter, we had also the policy, the sessional paper was reviewed later in 1975, whereby in order to expand the mandates of cooperatives, as maybe those ones, like I hope our chairman of the council may remember, the initial cooperatives in Kenya were basically agriculture cooperatives, which were dealing with commodity cooperatives to support the farmers to produce and the market. But later, when in 1975, the policy, the sessional paper was reviewed, that's when now we had other areas, other types of cooperatives, especially the financial cooperatives, like the SACCOs, that came into place. And thereafter, we have had quite a number of other reforms. And with these reforms, with this review, that is the first time in 1975 when we had now the establishment of the cooperative ministry as an independent entity. I think now it's okay. I think it's okay now. So the key milestone of the 1975 review was the establishment of the Ministry of Cooperatives as an independent entity to guide and manage cooperatives in the country. Then thereafter, we had the sessional paper number 4 of 1987 on the renewed growth through the cooperative movement, which puts a lot of emphasis on the participation of Kenyans in the economy through cooperative business model. And thereafter, finally, we had also our third cooperative sessional paper of 1997, which led to the enact with the repealment of the Cooperative Act. And then we had now the Cooperative Act number 12 of 1997, which ushered liberalization in the cooperative sector. And I believe most of us are aware that under this Act of 1997, number 12, that's when our cooperative sector started to go down because of some of the, it's like our cooperative, they were not well prepared to manage the liberalization, leading to 2004, that made the government, the regime of Kibaki, to review the act and come up now with the current act we have of 2004, which gave government some powers to intervene on the operations of cooperatives. Those are some of the historical journey that reforms have taken place in Kenya, especially in terms of policy and the legal framework. And the most recent reform we have had was with the promulgation of the Constitution in 2010, which created the two levels of government. It became very necessary for the government to review the Cooperative Act of 2004 so that at least we can now try to embed devolution in our Cooperative Act. And out of this, last year, I think it was last year, 2010, the end of 2010, the Cabinet Secretary appointed a task force, which was to look into the Cooperative Act. And the terms of the TOR of the task force was to come up with implementation strategy of the national cooperative policy, which already had been done around about 2 years earlier, which is now the sessional paper, number 4 of 2010, of 2020, and also to come up with a review of the cooperative legislation, including the draft bill. And this one has been done, and I know a number of you, they participated, including our key stakeholders, the cooperatives themselves, and even the Co-operative University of Kenya also was a member of this task force, which was represented by Professor Gicheru. So, and this is the most recent legal reform that the government has undertaken in trying to create a conducive environment for the growth and development of cooperatives. Now, out of this task force, there has been they have come up with a bill, what now we are referring as the Cooperative Bill 2022, which has 17 parts and 167 sections. And we have also adopted 3 schedules from the Insolvency Act, so that to be able to address the issues of liquidation in cooperatives. Now, the main overall goal of this bill, which right now has been is actually on the way to Parliament. It was approved by the participants, by the stakeholders, last year, November on 30th, and it has been approved by the Cabinet. It's only unfortunate that we were not able to complete the process before the Parliament went on recession. But we believe as the new government comes in, it will be one of the first papers Parliament will have to deal with. Now, the overall objective of this bill is to provide a legal framework for sustainable and competitive cooperative sector for the socioeconomic development in a devolved system of governance. Here, a devolved system, the key issue is the issue of the county government. So, and then we have some of the specific objectives, which are like promotion, registration, regulation, and supervision of cooperatives, providing uniform norms and standards in registration, especially now that we have 47 counties which are dealing with the issues of supervision of cooperatives. We felt it's important to have a uniform way of addressing cooperative matters. And some of the key salient features that this bill has tried to come up with. One is to the establishment of the Office of the Commissioner for Cooperative Development at national level, and also creation of the county director for cooperatives at the county level. These are the 2 technical offices that have been created in this act, in this bill, to provide technical support to the cooperatives. Also, the bill has established the Cooperative Intergovernmental Technical Forum. This is the forum whereby the 2 levels of government, the technical offices, will have a sitting and then try to chat on how best they can support the cooperative movement in their achievement or attainment of their aspirations. And also this bill has created 4 levels, 4 tiers in the cooperatives. And the only tier, because as most of you are aware, previously our cooperative is a 3-tier, whereby we have the primary cooperatives, unions, and the apex. And the apex, we have 1, which is well represented here by the CEO. But now we have added another 4th tier, which is federation. And the federations, these are another level of cooperatives that will be formed by either the primary cooperatives or unions at the particular value chain in order to support the cooperatives in that value chain in areas of capacity building, advocacy, and even self-regulation. Because one thing we want to embrace is the issue of self-regulation. I don't think that where we are, the government will continue maybe supporting the kind of human capital that has been there over the years. Looking at the budgetary constraints, it may not be possible. So we felt that it's good to have one tier somewhere, the federation, that can be able to take up some of this role, especially the issue of self-regulation. And this is what's happening all over the world, especially where cooperatives have moved to an advanced stage. The other issue, we have also tried to anchor the cooperative ethics and governance in the cooperative registration, which has not been there. And we have also expanded the mandates of the cooperative tribunal. What we have done initially, currently the cooperative tribunal deals with only disputes between cooperatives and another cooperative, or a member or a past member. But we have also brought on board issues like the employers of members of a cooperative society, and also other government offices like the Commissioner's Office, the County Director, the SASTRA, can also be taken for, their issues can also be adjudicated at the tribunal level. We felt this a better way rather than allowing these issues concerning non-members going to the normal law courts. The bill has also done some separation of the board and the management, because right now, we have a challenge. We have some cooperatives whereby the board tend to undertake roles of the management, which brings some confusion. And we have really tried to bring out a clear separation. And also tried to anchor the supervisory board on the Act. Because currently, under the current Act, the supervisory is not recognized in the Act. It is in the regulations. But we want to bring it in the Act and even change the name from supervisory committee into a supervisory board. And the chief guest has talked about the ICT. We have also tried to recognize the importance of ICT, and then we have also recognized the virtual meetings, because from the experience we have had in the last 2 years, it became very important during the COVID for some cooperatives to undertake some their normal statutory annual general meetings. And now we want to recognize virtual meetings so that cooperatives can not necessarily have physical meetings, but they can also have either hybrid or purely virtual meetings. Because considering that we have now cooperatives, especially circles with over 100,000 members, we don't have even any stadium in Kenya that can host such a big number. So it's important to recognize that. We have also recognized issues of governance and accountability. Now, those are some of that is what is contained in the bill, and I felt it's good to go to those details because I know it's something new, and a number of you might not have gotten a chance to go through it. But right now, the bill is available. It's available in our website. And I believe once it goes through the Parliament, it will be one of the first acts to be enacted. Notwithstanding the cooperative bill, the State Department has also been undertaking quite a number of reforms in the cooperatives. One of them is the development of specified non-deposit taking business regulations 2020. These are the regulations that came into effect last year, and they are being administered by the Circle-Side Regulatory Authority, which has now made it mandatory for any financial cooperatives with a deposit of 100 million, and also circles that have been formed by our brothers and sisters in diaspora and those ones that are operating on virtual platform to be supervised by SASRA. This regulation is trying to bring another set of prudential guidelines that this category of cooperatives need to adhere to. They are not as stringent as what we have for the FOSA cooperatives, FOSA SACCOs, but equally they are good and they are meant to safeguard members' funds. And out of this, which has actually doubled the number of SACCOs that are being regulated by SASRA. And something I want to mention here is that you can see we have about less than 400 SACCOs now under SASRA. By these SACCOs, they command about 80% of the total deposits we have in the country. So meaning, once we are able to get it right here, then it means our savings will be safe. But eventually, all cooperatives, our plan is that they have to be regulated. It doesn't matter whether you are a SACCO, you are a housing, but eventually all cooperatives have to be regulated. And that's why you can see recently we had also the coffee regulations, which were gazetted, I think, about 2 months ago by the cabinet secretary to regulate coffee cooperatives. But we are going to all other types of cooperatives. We have also made some proposed amendments to the SACCO Act in order to bring on board the issue of Central Liquidity Facility, CRF, and the Shared Service Platform. This is a very key component that we believe that now that our SACCOs, we have a number of them that are in the category of a billion plus in terms of deposits. These SACCOs need also to be supported with other infrastructure so that to be able to move to the next level. And the only way these SACCOs can do that is to have the Central Liquidity Facility. This Central Liquidity Facility is going to enable the SACCOs to have some interborrowing among themselves, because from the experience we have seen, we have quite a number of SACCOs that have actually idle liquid, that are over liquid. They have more money than what their members demand in terms of loans. And rather than these SACCOs maybe investing this money in other areas, and yet we have other SACCOs that are in high demand for this money, it is easier with this CRF to have an arrangement where SACCO A can lend money to SACCO B. And currently we have about over 50 SACCOs that have agreed to come together. And we have registered the SACCO for this purpose, which is a union. And I'm happy the CEO Police SACCO, you are very instrumental in this, and other amongst your colleagues. So very soon, these amendments, once they go through Parliament, then we are going to see this CRF up and running. And also it is going to anchor the issue of shared service platform, whereby we are targeting specifically the ICT platform. Because as you all of us are aware, ICT is not cheap. It is very expensive. I know there are some SACCOs who are spending over 5 million every year to maintain their ICT system. That is besides what they have incurred to procure the system. And the other day, just last week, I had a privilege to go with the CEO SASRA to to Canada to go and benchmark on how this issue is working. It's not really very cheap. But we believe, with the support of other partners, and right now the World Bank is on it. They have already hired a consultant working on the system, and we believe it's going to work. And once it's going to work, it's going to make even now SACCOs to participate in the national payment system, which is going to make our SACCOs to be an equal partner like any other financial entities we have in the country. The other issue, amendments we have proposed is the issue of deposit guarantee fund, which is going to compensate members, especially if something wrong happens and then a SACCO goes under, rather than SACCOs losing, members losing, their entire deposit. This is like an insurance, scheme within the SACCOs, like what is happening in other financial institutions. And this is going to be mandatory for all regulated SACCOs once it comes to place. These two amendments, I hope you are aware that His Excellency signed the approval, and they have been forwarded to Parliament for the formal amendments. Besides those legal reforms, we are also undertaking a lot of we are also trying to come up with a cooperative practitioners professional body. I know the body has been registered to start with under the SIAT Act. And our prof here, Madam Esther Gijeru, I think she's one of the officials. And the chair is Nelson Kuria. And I know the university played a very key role, especially at the initial stage. And our minister launched the body. When the task force was doing the bill, our original thinking was to also do a bill for the professional body. But because of time factor, it was not possible. But as now we have cleared with the bill, the next target is to come up with the bill. We will work with the board, so that we have a bill that can go to Parliament, so that we have cooperatives, people who are practicing cooperatives, also being recognized like another professional body. And this is going to enhance the efficiency in service delivery in cooperatives. The other general reforms we are undertaking, one in coffee. In coffee, we are trying to strengthen the institutions that provide services to coffee farmers. Because coffee in the early years of up to 90s, it used to be one of the high foreign exchange earner. But because of the liberalization and preparedness of the coffee cooperatives, coffee is not doing so well. But in the recent past, especially for the last 2 years, coffee has been on the increasing trajectory. And I believe the same will be sustained. And right now, some of the reforms we are undertaking in the coffee reforms is to the registration of we have registered a new Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, new KPCU, as a state corporation to be more responsive to the needs of the coffee farmers. New KPCU currently is administering Coffee Chair Advance Revolving Fund, which is about 3 billion. It's also administering coffee subsidy program of 1 billion. And it's also undertaking other activities like milling, warehousing, and marketing. And all this is aimed at to support the coffee farmers in the country. The other support we are giving to coffee farmers through the State Department, we are refurbishing coffee factories and also trying to provide some metallic drying tables in order to improve processing capacity and accountability. And so far, we have supported 225 factories in the last 2 years and 125 factory in terms of the processing facility. When you come to dairy, the government has spent in the last 5 years, has spent 2 billion to modernize new KCC processing plants across the country. And so far, this has enabled new KCC to increase the processing capacity from about 200,000 liters a day to over 6,000 liters per day. And also, this has enabled the stability of dairy industry. Actually, right now, dairy industry is one of the best stable industry we have in the country, especially in agriculture. And right now, farmers are receiving over 400 million per month as a payout in a month, which is total to about 5 billion in a year. We are also in cotton. We want to support cotton chinneries because we realized the number of them that we had, their processing facility, they are obsolete, they may not be able to work properly. And this is in line to revitalize textile industry in the country. Currently, we have piloted with Rwanda Union in Busia, and this year we are earmarking to also support the other chinneries across the country. Also, the government is restructuring, has actually structured Kenya National Trading Corporation, KNTC. KNTC right now has been given a seed capital of 600 million to undertake the purchase of rice from the farmers. They bulk and then they sell to government institutions. And also they are offering warehouse services to the farmers who are in need. The most recent of which Prof has mentioned is the issue of transport. I think it was mid of this year, towards around April, May, the government gave directives that all borders must register or form cooperatives in order to operate. This is meant to bring sanity in the transport industry. And right now we have quite a number that we have registered. We have about over 700 that we have registered. We have actually 806 borders that have been registered to operate. And this is besides you remember earlier, some years back, there was a directive that all public transport vehicles must also form cooperatives. But now for the border, we are not getting it wrong. I know in the Matatu SACCOs, we didn't get it correct because we registered them as SACCOs. But this time we are not registering border as SACCOs. Instead, we are registering them as border transport cooperatives. And we believe soon we are going to embark on trying to transform now the the Matatu SACCOs into matatu transport cooperatives, because that's what they are supposed to be, not SACCOs. And I am aware that also, as we go ahead, we have also partnered with the Cooperative University and the other partner, the community, call it community what? Global community. We want to promote worker cooperatives in Kenya, because that is the way to go. We have quite a number of professionals, number of people who have a lot of skills, and maybe individually they may not be able to do something meaningful. But if they come together, it's going to be easier for them, especially in the youths. And I believe once we come up with a framework, I believe, Prof, one of the areas you have to target is the former NYS SACCOs. Because I believe that those NYS SACCOs, if we can transform them into worker cooperatives, it's going to be easier for them to earn a living and be sustainable. So I know I've taken more than the time I was given, but I believe it's worth for me to let you know the kind of reforms that we are taking. Thank you, and asante sana.
Thank you, Commissioner. You know, it's not every day we have you this long. So we fully appreciate the fact that you've taken time to, give us highlights of the reforms that are taking place in the sector. And you're being adaptive. In biology, we talk about adaptation. And I think any organization that does not adapt to the, new conditions that they are facing, if there is no reform, usually you end up becoming extinct. And I think the movement and the, especially the department taking the lead, is responding to issues that are coming from the ground. So we really appreciate the fact that, the State Department has taken the lead in this and ensuring that, we provide a conducive operating ecosystem for the cooperative sector. Many reforms that are taking place within the agricultural sector, the cotton, coffee, you've talked about it, the dairy industry, of course, the worker cooperatives that you have just mentioned, KNTC, changes in the SACCO sector, as well as ensuring that, the professionals, the cooperative professionals, are also regulated in what they do. We really want to appreciate the fact that, you have seen it fit to, highlight these things, so that we get to know. There are many of us actually watching online. I was checking on the screen. We are at some point, we were, I think, at over 70 people online who are watching, and there are many more. You can see all the names up there on the screen. Yeah, so this is really an indication that, yes, indeed, we have people who are watching us, and I think there will be others joining us from Brazil and other parts of the world. So really, thank you very much. Issues of ethics and governance, I think you have mentioned that, and also providing an environment within which, the larger movement, as you indicate, the 14+ million people, they cannot all come to Nairobi for a meeting, but responding to, of course, the demands and the times, providing for virtual meetings, I think is one of those things that, will further enhance the reach of the State Department. So thank you very much for creating time to come. We have come to the close of this morning session. There will be 2 papers presented right after our tea break. I think it's important for us to have the tea break. And Dr. Moses Wei will be taking the lead in that. But I think for now, it's important for us to have a health break so that we can come back in refreshed. I should have mentioned this. I know Professor Oboka is here, the chair of the conference organizing committee, together with the team that was driving this. Can I see by a show of hands the members of the team, the conference organizing committee? Yes, they are all here. Thank you very much for putting this together. We really want to appreciate your effort. And of course, this team was supported by a smaller core team within my office, led by the registrar, Dr. Lydia. I think she's somewhere out there. And of course, our Director of Research, Dr. Professor Ken Waweru, who is now joining the division. Thank you again. Silas Mayo is here. Thank you very much. And we have Penrose. Is Penrose here? Yeah, Penrose, she's actually the engine of CDRI. If she's not there, we become dysfunctional. And then we have David Kohome. I don't know where they are. We just want to appreciate them and for creating time to ensure that we have a successful meeting. With these few remarks, then I think we will now break for have a health break out there, and then we'll be back in 15-20 minutes. There will be a group photo out there. So let's take our positions. Thank you.
then we will resume the schedule as it is. So may I invite Dr. Gwei to take over the program for the next set of presentations. A big clap for Dr. Gwei.
Yes, I think we are going to start our presentation, and we are to start with Solomon at CI. Solomon? So if Solomon is not in, we can start with CPA Joseph Njoroge. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Safaricom DT Sacco. Oh, Solomon. Solomon. So Solomon is here. So Solomon is the CEO of Kenya National Police. He's going to make a presentation of the resilience of the SACCO sector in the face of COVID-19 pandemic. So in case you have any questions, just take note of that. You're going to be asking them questions after this. So Solomon? Makofi kwa Solomon akiingia.
Point wapi?
The project.
So inafanya nini?
Inakwenda mbele, inakurudi nyuma. Inakuemphasize, but you know that.
Thank you, Dr. Gwei. My name, I'm Solomon Angutsa Asiaya. I don't know where my presentation has gone to. I'm the CEO, Kenya National Police DT Sacco. And today we are looking at the resilience of the SACCOs in the face of COVID-19 pandemic, emphasizing on building back better, the role of social and solidarity economy enterprises. And as I talk about that, I looked at what basically it means to be a cooperative, what kind of model are we looking at. And basically you'll see it's defined by ICA in 2007 as somebody's go back, please. I'll roll it myself. So it's defined by ICA as a user-owned, user-controlled, and user-benefited organization. So basically it's all about users. You control it, you are members, and if there's value coming from it, you are the people who are going to benefit. And basically that's where resilience is coming from. We realize that cooperative covers various sectors in this economy. We talk of agriculture, SMEs are there, institutions, schools, churches, chamas, retail consumers, primary society, civil service, corporates, and even partnerships. For police, Kenya National Police, DT Sacco, basically for us, we sit under civil service. Over 90% of our membership are police officers. But then again, we also have other members who are not police officers because we opened the common bond. And now anybody from the business, from agriculture sector can actually become a member of the SACCO. Let's move. Okay, we are now talking about COVID-19 pandemic. And basically we are seeing this as a global health threat. So, and also, it also emerged as one of the biggest threat to the business. And we know SACCOs are also business. A lot of anxiety, for no one really knew what to do. I remember when the COVID news went around into the media, I was traveling from Israel going through Ethiopia, and I would find people putting on masks, putting on white from China, and I was wondering, what is all this? So basically it was creating a lot of anxiety, a big threat to business. A lot of things happened, and that is basically how we are going to look at how resilient was the sector towards this. Okay, government came in, and there are several things which were put in place. Infected persons were to be quarantined, isolated. There were issues to do with mandatory physical distancing, hand washing, sanitizing, face masking. Many measures were put in place just to see how do we address that challenge. Restriction on movements through lockdowns for various places. But as we talk about that, you realize policemen have to be out there to manage their lockdowns, to really make sure people are not coming out. So you look at that balance. You're a police officer. When others are being restricted, the police officer is out there. And basically, I'll be sharing how, as a SACCO, we were able to respond to that and support them in that kind of scenario. So basically, we also saw citizens' cushions. And there was something that came about when government reduced the minimum tax threshold from 30% to 25%. Of course, that was a cushion from government. Of course, there was also another cushion where listing of members with defaulted loans on CRB was suspended. So basically, it meant even if I have a loan with the SACCO and I've defaulted, you can't list me. So I can basically go elsewhere and be able to be served because the government would not allow that. And then also from the regulator side, we also had mandatory reportings on daily basis on numbers in terms of liquidity, the happening, so that there's tracking, monitoring on how the SACCOs are doing within that particular space of the pandemic. Let's move. Of course, there are very many things that happened. Panic came into place because of infections. People are dying. Admissions, huge hospital bills. Layoffs, people can't go to work. People are being laid off. Closure of various businesses. And some of those people are members of SACCOs. They can no longer save. They can't repay their loans. And we have lockdowns. We are forced to work with less staff because of social distancing or physical distancing. Sometimes you have to group staff in different shifts so that they don't meet. We have a shift for 2 weeks. And this is basically some of the things we did. Technology became the new office for meetings, for staff to work from home. That was a new norm that came in place. Of course, members were encouraged to embrace technology in terms of discouraging them to visit offices so that they're able to scan loan forms and send to the office for processing. More loans were uploaded to the mobile solution or virtual solutions whereby you can still be able to get services 24/7 without physically coming to office. AGMs, the commissioner has talked about it, allowed virtual meetings, hybrid, some few people coming, others away. There was also a close watch on the key performance trends, just to see what next, how do we make decisions and what can we do about it. Because loans are falling out from repayments. You need to find out what is happening with these members. Are they been suspended from working? Are they not on salary? Their business have collapsed. So we have to follow up and make decisions around that. Of course, a few SACCOs or many came in to support members with PPEs. For my SACCO, basically, we had to set aside a budget of 100 million just to buy the PPEs, the protective equipments, and supply them to various police stations. But with staff, they constantly were being issued with those PPEs for themselves and also for their families. Of course, stress increased. We had issues on how do we manage stress across teams. People have lost relatives, and there was a lot of stress. Of course, there was a challenge of poor ratios. as per the regulator, as lending, people started defaulting. Of course, I've talked about this, the commissioner agreeing to virtual meetings and also approval of dividends. That was the year when many SACCOs paid dividends without approval as required by law from the commissioner's office. As long as you had your accounts registered, you were allowed to be able to pay your dividends. And even budgets. As per the law of cooperative, you can't operate without a budget. Budgets were also allowed to approved by the commissioner so that SACCOs can be able to continue. Of course, issues to do with marketing, education, and trainings, most of them went online because physically we could not be able to meet. Strategic plans were revised. The business continuity programs were invoked just to see basically what is it that we can be able to do, how do we do it, how do we resolve some of the issues. Of course, some offices were closed, satellite offices, now because it was difficult for them to be operated. Let's move. Of course, SACCOs, we came in also to do a lot of interventions in terms of restructuring loans. People are not able to pay their loans, so what do? You have to restructure, elongate them, review terms. Some SACCOs reduced interest just to ease the burden of members. Of course, donation of PPEs to members. Of course, there were also an opportunity for flexible repayments for due installments, and also messages to various members depending on how their accounts are operating or how they are doing. There were moratorium considered for cases, each by case, depending on how the condition was. Reduced lending to some sectors which were collapsing, especially tourism sectors, and those which could not do well. The lending was reduced or stopped totally. And then worst case scenarios, there are cases where loans had to be reduced from member savings and deposits just to make sure the accounts are not as bad as it would if they have some savings sitting on their accounts. Let's move. Now, I'll now talk about Kenya National Police Duty SACCO. Of course, I'll say we are 50 years old now as I'm talking to you. We started in 1972 with a membership of 690. Currently, we are 68 with a balance sheet asset of 44 billion as we are talking now. Of course, we are licensed. We are a DT SACCO licensed, so we are regulated. Let's move. That is our motto. And you can see when our logo is a sign of hands, people pulling together, which points into the definition of who we are, because we can only do and achieve more together. Yeah. So united for prosperity. And then we subscribe to what I'm calling cooperative best practice. Other people will call it cooperative operating principles. Of course, this one applies to financial cooperatives or SACCOs, which basically is to enlarge the 7 cooperative principles. And you can see there are 9. We are talking about democracy, open membership, non-discrimination, service to members, distribution to members, building financial stability, cooperation among cooperatives, social responsibility, ongoing. So these are basically what you call best practice. What you need to do, the practice you must put in place. If you talk about like democracy, what you're talking about is your vote to what will work best for you, what will give you value. When you go for meetings, it's your vote to what best resolutions will be able to support your needs in that particular society. Membership, of course, we talk about common bond, but membership is open because we are saying we need to have as many people, because SACCOs or cooperatives' strength emanates from the membership. If you have a growing membership, that's how you bring in strength, energy. That's how you are able to, you can be able to do more. Otherwise, without that, it becomes a challenge. Of course, best practice number 4, we talk about service to members. You have to anchor into the needs of your members. What is it that need? How do you resolve their issues? You design your products based on what really your members are looking for. Number 6, we are talking about building financial stability, because we are financial institutions. We cannot talk of money we don't have. We cannot ask people to join SACCOs and we go to borrow to give them money. So we must build that capability so that we have funding. We have internal funding which is cheap, almost zero rated, to be able to support. Question among cooperatives, we can only do better. Talking about shared services, doing together issues like IT programs, which are very expensive. Talking about central finance program, borrowing from each other. That's how the model builds resilience, and that's how we can be able to do better and make it even better. We also talk about social responsibility. We are looking at the community socially. How is the community? What is the state in which the community is? How can we come in as SACCOs? I'll also be showing you how, as Police SACCO, we've been able to support communities through that. Ongoing education, a very key operating best practice, because this SACCO belongs to members. How much do they know about the SACCO? Do they even know why they are members? Do they even know why they need to save? Do they even know why they need to borrow? So education becomes a key. And I'll say at Kenya National Police DT SACCO, that is one of our biggest budget, because we have to go across the country, just making sure members are well educated. Because when the members are educated, then they are able to manage their accounts well, they are able to manage their resources well, they are able to save well, and they are even able to take care of their own society. Because this society cannot be taken care by government. It cannot be taken care by people outside there. It must be from within. And we only can do that if you are well educated. Those are our founder members. That is our office, which is based in Ngara. Let's move. Of course, our mandate, we are looking at wealth creation, providing different types of investments, mobilizing deposits. And at the end of it, we must be able to maximize return for investment, because members come in for value. What value are we giving? So that one we must give. In terms of strategy, and our vision is basically we are looking at empowering our members for quality life. In whatever we do, how are we impacting on the quality of the life of a member? Because it will be very sad that we exist only to do things that do not point to improving the members' quality. And that's why we point to that, so that we need to make sure members' lives improve socially, economically, and without, so that they are able to enjoy and be able to. And we do that through various solutions, mobilization and management of their resources. Let's move, please. Those are our core values: quality, integrity, innovation, a key area. Key area innovation is a very key to make it better, and also teamwork. Teamwork, because we are a SACCO. We have to come together. We must work together. We cannot work together by fighting. We cannot work together by dividing. So that when we come for the business meetings, what we call the annual general meeting, we must converge in our discussions, our conversation. We cannot come to an AGM to fight and talk against. We can only come and do what will support the organization. Let's move. Of course, in terms of our strategy, we have 3 key pillars. We have corporate governance, and that's the structure. The annual general delegates meeting being the highest in that governance structure, down towards the board. So basically, you can see the collectivity, what we call collective responsibility. Each person must play his role to be able to make it better and make this society succeed. Let's move. Okay, that is membership. The data, we have 17% female, 83%, because this police, and police naturally is a man's job. Hello? Police job is what? Because it's about fighting. It's about kufukuzana na mikora. So, and that's how the statistics are. And that's why sometimes it's difficult to get the 30. Is it the 30 or the 40-60? The 30-70 is very, very difficult. But we have female who are policemen, men, and also our members. Let's move. Of course, in terms of service, we have BOSA products, back office, the traditional products. We also have the banking, FOSA. We have series of investment products. We have business loans and home loans. Let's move. Outreach, we have 8 branches, but we have one we call digital, the one which is virtual. As we are talking now, that digital branching actually is the leading branch. We are doing about between 30 and 35% of the business. So I'm not even sure whether I'm going to add any other branch, because that branch is 24/7. It is on even when I'm not in office. When I leave office, the branch is on. You can deposit, you can save, you can borrow, you can do anything. So we just want to make it bigger by investing more into technology, so that virtually we can even serve the world without investing into physical environments. Let's move. Talking about members, we received what we call ISO certification, and these are our commitment to better services. When you hear Police SACCO is one of the best managed SACCO, because we are subscribed to a commitment for service excellence, and that is the ISO certification. Let's move. Of course, under another strategy we call institutional capacity development, which we are still pointing to what we call build better. These are 4 components of areas we point to in terms of what we call institutional capacity development. And training is one of them. Across from members must have capacity, board, staff, because this is their SACCO. They have to know what to do. Training builds capacity. Human capital, you must have the right people in place. Investment in technology, you must have the right technology, but you need money to invest into that. Financial capability, we are financial institutions. We cannot talk of money we don't have. We cannot tell members come, and then when they come, you queue them for 3 months, you queue them for 4 months. In Police SACCO, we have built financial capacity to the extent that all loans are processed in the same day, regardless. Any loan that is brought in today is processed in the same day. All loans, be it for millions, be it for so we don't have no difference between an emergency development and a project loan. All loans are queued the same. So if you apply today, you'll go with your money today. So if you want to buy something, already do the negotiations. Come when already you have finished the deal. Come even with the client to the banking hall, do the signing, the money will be ready for you. And that's how you can make it better and more efficient at the end of the day. Okay, I will look at the performance card very quickly, because I just want to show you some. Of course, that is some statistics in terms of membership, in terms of assets, in terms of loan. The key thing I want to see that I want you to look at the deposit and loan book. You can see the deposit are trailing the loan book. We are lending to these members over and above whatever they have saved, to the extent of 150%. The loan book ratio is 100%, 150%. And why is it? Because of the financial capability. You can see we build capital. In 2019, we are doing 8.5. In 2020, we are doing 12 billion. 2021, we are doing, actually, by end of this year, our capital will be about 15 billion. And in this country, Police SACCO is the most capitalized SACCO. In fact, when the commissioner was talking about one of the SACCOs which has more money, actually, we were one of the SACCOs, because we have to invest in other areas, in bonds and other areas, but we have more than enough. So basically, currently, we have a problem of trying what other product do we need to design to make sure all this money goes out there. Let's move. Membership, you can see how it has grown. 2019, you can see it went down from 2018. We launched our system in 2020. We had a new system we launched, and we did some data cleanup, and that's why you can see 2061, then we've been able to build up to 65 in 2021, but currently we are moving to 68. Let's move. In terms of deposit and loan, you can see there's a disparity. Loans are more than deposit. If Police SACCO closed door today, it is the SACCO that will demand money from the members. That's why you can see the loan graph is quite up, and that it has been increasing. Currently, we have lent to members almost about, over and above, about almost 10 billion, over and above what they have said. But we still want to expand it more so that members can get as much as possible. Let's move. In terms of assets, that's how we'll be able to grow organically. which is quite exponential, currently sitting around 45 billion. Let's move. In revenue and expenditure, you can see we also are very conservative, and that is the over and above revenue. That is what moves into what I'm calling capital or financial capability. Actually, we do a lot of reserves, and for the last almost 5-6 years, we've been reserving in the institutional capital not less than 1 billion Kenya shillings. Last year we did about 1.5, the other year we did about 2.0 billion. And that gives us that capability to make it better so that we have money even to invest in technology. I'll tell you, even the technology we implemented in 2020, it is more expensive than the building you saw. Because the building, we built it with 500 million. The system plus the infrastructure costed us about 600 million. That's a lot of money you can't afford unless you come together with your small circles, or you must have built enough capital to be able to. Let's move. Profitability, you can see in 2020 it went down, and you know why? Because COVID slowed down, loans are not being paid, people have postponed their programs, so we got less money, so profitability went down. Let's move. But it picked up in 2021. Let's move. Sharon, you can see also, we also are very careful. We are careful. We have actually, let's move. That's the investment capability of financial I've talked about. Let's move. Force of patronage, this is our banking. You can see we are not doing very well because people still have trust in other banks. They have not really, like about 50% of the members, you can see about 30 out of 68. So we have some more work there. Let's move. Let's move. Foster revenue, you can see 1920 to also flatten. Let's move. Community support, let's move. You can see during COVID, we went out and supported our members with PPEs. Let's move. We also supported education. Let's move. We also built Utumishi Girls, you can see the classes we built, and we also did a computer hub for students to use it. Let's move. We also did a hospital. That's part of community support, making it better. Health, education. Let's move. Achievements and awards, let's move. ISO, let's move. Fire Award winners, 2020, 21 also winners. That's Financial Reporting Award. We got it in 2022. Let's move. We are also, we have what we call the global credit rating. We have a rating of A- now, and these are global in terms of credit. Let's move. We were voted the best managed circle in 2019. Let's move. 2017, let's move. Impact, negative decline in growth in BOSA and FOSA deposit, reduced appetite for credit, loan loss, reduced FOSA transaction, decline in growth rate revenue, cyber security, because as you invest more in technology, cyber is also one of the biggest challenges. Positives, invest in technology, let's build more reserves to build resilience, let's work on our product menu and restructuring, let's participate in health products because COVID was a health issue. We can also see how to intervene in terms of health. We need also a fund to combat future pandemics, deposit guarantee in case of loss, members can be refunded. Education and training, a big thing for patronage and making it better for members to manage their resources. And maybe new norms like working from home need to be put in place. Let's move. Challenges, we are saying reduced number of members joining SACCOs, inability of members to visit offices was less, so there was a challenge to serve many members. People withdrew their savings, non-remitted of funds from some payrolls, people who closed their business, reduced profitability, collapse of various business sectors in the economy where SACCOs draw their members. Then we have limited skills of willing members to utilize technology. Some people are technologically threatened, so they say people steal our money, so they still come to the FOSA or whatever. And then we are saying technology is expensive. Where do we get money to invest here? That's a challenge. Let's move. Of course, in post-recovery, we are saying, let's keep members engaged. Let's continue investing in technology. Let's deal with non-remittance problems. Let's provide personal education to members to understand, members to patronize and invest in SACCO to benefit more so that we have more members bringing in their money. The deposit guarantee fund, SACCOs to partner with national associations for shared services like technology, provide health services as a product menu, build more capital reserves. We also need to do what we call stress testing to see if any pandemic came, how long will it go in terms of serving our members. Let's move. In conclusion, I'll say SASRA supports, they had a report for 2020 and they're saying that in the first, SACCOs showed resilience in the face of COVID-19. Gross loans went up, total deposits went up, which is a testament that SACCOs have the ability. Why? Because it's a cooperative. Because people have come together. They are holding together, and that's the strength we have. So we have to keep on connecting and pushing together. And that is what will give us resilience. That's what will help us be able to connect and be able to change our members' lives. Thank you very much for listening to me. If there are questions, we'll answer.
Yeah, thank you so much, Solomon. I think that has been so much about Kenya National Police. And I think I want now to invite Professor Oboka to take us through the next session, because there's a guest speaker who is waiting to speak to us. So, Prof.
Thank you, Moses. And a big hand clap to police staff. I believe that you'll have converts from here. Yes, because if you say that you have more money than the people who wanted the money, we will all run there. So a big thank you. And now, James? James, are you there? Is Prof online already? Our keynote speaker, Professor Leandro Moraes. You could get him connect. Hello, Professor. Can you get us? Can you get me? James, something?
So here's like maybe a 15-second recap about what the stuff is. We'll run through the formulas that you need to update in me. I'll explain them to you, and then we'll do an example very, very quickly to get our feet wet. Again, I think it's before the opener, but basically you're going to have idea, one example, we have to move on. One example, we have to move on. We're not going to get a whole bunch of examples here, because frankly they're very, very similar to each other, and I don't want to waste our time. I'd rather go on with kind of more of the theory, the lesson part of it, than just crush examples. We've done a lot of that.
James, where is that coming from?
How working all this stuff works. We're just dealing with the theory behind it now. How can we use it to our advantage to make our lives easier, not harder, but do different things with it, make our lives easier? You guys get that? So I'm not going to try to give you really hard examples here. What I'm trying to do is to get you to understand the concept.
Yes? Prof. Leandro Moraes, please unmute.
Well, integrals where our region was flat. And we used to have this thing that gave us a mass density every point along that flat.
Do you hear me?
Technology. Yes. Professor, are you able to get me?
Hello?
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 Professor?
Do you hear me?
Yes, we do. So,
do you see me?
No. We'll be very happy to see you, Professor.
I can't start a video from here. I think that I need a permission from you. From here, I cannot start my video because the host has stopped it. I think that we need a technical support to put my video, and I need to share my screen.
The technical team here trying to resolve, Professor.
That's what section 14.5 did for us, and now we say, suppose that we also want to find the mass at every point along that surface with respect to its surface. This section, that's a surface area with surface. You see it, it's kind of cool, right? I'll say it to you another way. Suppose that the mass density at every point was constant and had a value of 1. 1. Should we talk about that? You have surface area. If your mass density is just constant, 1 actually. And we're talking about how we can use 1 and get different things for it. So if you had a double integral of 1 to actually just give us area instead of mass, or it's giving us triple integral of 1 to give us volume instead of mass, we can say 1 for mass density. It's interesting. Cool, right? So I hope I made the case for you that the reason why we didn't cover surface area explicitly is because it's literally covered right now. And if you don't believe me, go back and look at it and say, oh my gosh, he's right. If you just cover this up, you have these 3 formulas for surface area. And if you just treat the mass as constant 1 at every point, you literally just get the surface area. The reason that you're trying to define. That's what surface area rules do anyway. They take the surface area times the mass and get mass density and get the mass of the surface. So that's it. So this encompasses surface area for us. You're going to see it a little bit later.
So probably as the technical team sorts out the issue, we could have one more presentation from the floor here. I don't know how the technical team is going to alert us that they have been able to solve that.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, we can now hear another presentation from the industry. We have CPA Joseph Njoroge, the CEO of Safaricom DT Sacco. He's also going to make a presentation on the resilience of Sacco sector in the face of COVID-19. So let us welcome him with a clap.
Good afternoon. I think somebody can be able to put up the presentation. As I've been introduced, I'm Joseph Njoroge, a CEO Safaricom Sacco. Safaricom Sacco was started in the year 2001. So we are 21 years old. we've just matured. The other day we were teenagers, but now these and the others who have been there for 50 years and so or so. Maybe you can put the next slide. Safaricom Sacco, as I said, it was started the year 2001. We had an original membership of 222. Now we are 13,000 members across the country. We draw our membership from the technology companies, specifically those that deal with Safaricom. But we have opened our board. We are able to admit individual members and other corporates. So our vision is to be the financial service partner of choice, and we do it through transforming our members' lives by provision of affordable, innovative, and accessible. So note the word affordable, innovative, and accessible. And then our core values, we call it SIRI. One is customer focus, integrity, reliability, and innovation. Those are the core values that drive our business. We can go to the next slide. This one, I've talked about it. We are regulated. We have 2 branches, actually 3. Let me borrow from Solomon. We have head office at Safaricom Care Center, Wayakiwe, and 1 branch in Machakos County. But our biggest branch is the digital branch. Actually, these 2 branches are not operational since COVID came. So we migrated our business to the other branch, which is the digital one. So if you walk today to our 2 branches, hardly will you get anyone there to attend to you, maybe 1 or 2. But the 38 staff that you see here, you can only meet them online. Physically, even ourselves, we rarely meet. So we usually meet maybe if we have forums, but our members and ourselves meet in the other branch. We can proceed. Next slide. Okay, that's our financial position. I've highly summarized my presentation. Our assets as at close of last year, it was 8.9 billion, loan book 6.8 billion, and the member deposits are 6.7 billion. And you can see how our business has grown, the total assets and the deposits and the core capital. All of them are steadily growing positively, and you can mark that 2020, 2019, we didn't have that big impact in terms of COVID, although some aspects of our business were affected, but they were not highly hit per se. So our SACCO covers various products and services. We have the long-term loans. You can see them there, emergency loans, the salary loans, the FOSA services. But the most important one I want to talk about briefly is on the mortgages. We were the first SACCO, I can see, to offer mortgage loans. We launched our mortgages in 2018. And we brought in a product we were calling Ustawi. This is a mortgage where you could access up to 20 million and you pay for 15 years. And this one enabled majority of our members to own homes. And when KMRC came in, we were now able to introduce the affordable mortgages, which you can borrow loans at 8% mortgages, and you pay within 25 years, of course subject to your retirement age and other factors. This has seen us being able to penetrate the mortgage market, which prior was a reserve of the banks. We have seen a very good penetration on this product. It's one of our core products because as also we are one of the circles that are suffering from excess liquidity. And the only way you can absorb this liquidity is to offer long-term loans. That's why we are very comfortable going for 15 years loans and 25 years loans. Because even for KMRC, the threshold that they have set of 4 million for the affordable loans, some of our members say that is too small. The houses that we desire are above that, but the SACCO is able to come in through its own resources and be able to provide these mortgages. Next slide, please. Then, on our virtual services, and this is what I'll talk more about the technology, we are fully automated SACCO, and we are able to serve our members, one, through the mobile app. We have an app called Safsiri. Is available on both Android and iOS, because in our membership, about 2,000 of our members are in the diaspora, and therefore we needed a platform where we could be able to serve them as if they were physically here. So in our app, you are able to deposit, withdraw funds, transfer money, both internally and externally. We've linked our app and our systems. Actually, we've integrated with 4 banks. We've integrated with the Cooperative Bank, with the NCBA Bank, KCB, and ABSA. And then we have also joined the PesaLink. So for the 35 banks that are under PesaLink, you are able actually to transact with them, all of them. So if you need to move money from the SACCO to any other bank, you can do it through the PesaLink. If you want to transfer money from your FOSA to your M-Pesa or to another person, you are able also to do it through the app. And then we have a feature called the guarantor replacements, which you are able to do it through the app. And one more feature, because you are working from home, and the experience we had was, what is it that makes the members come to the SACCO? And once we established that need, we were working with our teams to see how we can automate that process. So like for instance, if you have misplaced your ATM card, there will be no need for you to come to the SACCO to report. We have a feature in the app where you can actually be able to stop. If you've misplaced your ATM card, you can actually stop the ATM from transacting as you report for replacement. Then the other part of the virtual services is the internet banking. We have a platform we call iConnect. iConnect now is where you meet the SACCO itself. One area that we've been able to work so well is on the area of loan applications. All our loan applications are done online. We don't have any paperwork for loan applications. The guarantors, you're able to put them through the online platform. You attach your pay slips and other documents. And then through that iConnect, we've integrated with the CRBs. So by the time you are doing the application, at one point, you'll be able to know your credit rating, and if the rating is below the threshold, your loan will be declined at that point. So there is no human interaction. You'll be able to see that you are not able to proceed with that loan application, and for this reason, because your score is down. So our members are now able to enjoy these services at the comfort of their homes. That's why I said we have a digital branch. We don't have the physical branches. So when they push these loans, our teams at the back end now is able to finalize the processing. So that is one. For the other thing with internet banking, you can also be able to do the same services that you're able to do with the app. The funds transfer, for statement, you're able to generate your statements anytime you need them. Currently, we are working on the certified statements so that if they are required elsewhere, you can be able to generate and take to a third party. So that is basically what we've been able to do in our virtual platform. There are so many other products and services available within this, but as I said, we are looking at what is it that makes the members come to the banking hall or to the offices, and we worked towards automating them. I know it was a challenge during COVID because we had just started this journey in 2019, actually November. So by the time COVID was coming in March, we were still mid the project, but we were able to work around the clock to ensure these services were available. Next slide. Yes, so now coming to the theme on the challenges that we faced through COVID. Like any other financial institution, we had the challenge of the non-performing loans because we serve our members who are in the business community, others are in the hospitality industry. So we are aware of what happened. There were salary cuts, some institutions were closed altogether, and those members could not be able to pay their loans. And then what we did was we were able to give the loan moratoriums, and we were able to restructure our loans, and so that we could give the members flexibility on repayments. And then the second challenge we had as a SACCO, we had the lowest loan disbursement, particularly in the month of April and May 2020. We saw the lowest disbursement of loans during that period because there was a kind of apathy. People are not very sure of what will happen. So those who wanted to do development projects could not do because there was a lot of uncertainty in the market. And then what we did, we were able to give a loan interest relief. We were able to come up with a product we called Pamoja, that we are together in this. We introduced a short-term product which had a very low interest rate of 0.8%. And this was actually to caution the members against the cost of living that time. And because we knew most of them were avoiding the development loans, they could take these short-term loans. Then on the restrictions on movement and the social distancing, we were aware of what was happening. Then we were able to digitize our processes. Most of the services, we converted them to do it yourself. And then we facilitated our staff from working from home. And then we introduced the online meetings, our board meetings, our committee meetings, our AGMs, all of them for the last 2 years, we've been able to do them online. And we have seen increased participation of the members. And then the other challenge was when the COVID came, no one was prepared for it. We did have a BCP, but we were able to prepare a quick one for 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, and which enabled us to move. Next slide. And then now, finally, as I conclude, how do we make the SACCO sector better, or how do we maintain the resilience that we saw during COVID? One is the issue of the adoption of technology. It is very key. Our guest speaker talked about it. When you have good technology, you are able to serve members, you are able to reduce operating costs. As Solomon said, now we don't see any need why any SACCO should go and open what we call the brick and mortar branch, because you are able to reach out to your members through technology. But with this now comes the second challenge of the cyber security. As you go to the technology space, also now the other people who have is where they never sold also get opportunities. So as we adopt technology, we must be aware of the cybersecurity issues, and we must invest in the best security solutions to ensure our resources, our assets are very safe. Then the third issue is the issue of governance. Governance plays a very critical role for the success of any organization. And the governance is measured by how the board and the management are able to respond to crisis. They are able to provide feedback or solutions when crises like COVID came in. So as we, the management and the boards should always be ready and be determined to make some of the changes, like the adoption of technology. That is a board decision, the way you'd like your circle to run, the way you'd like your organization to run. I think that should be my last slide, if I'm not wrong. I had to summarize. Those are just some of the awards we got on the technology. We won the CIO Africa Best Circle. Our app was the mobile app of the year 2021. And recently, we were awarded as the best circle in technology optimization countrywide, and also position 1 among the deposit-taking circles. Thank you so much. Back to you, Moses.
Yeah, thank you so much, CPA Njoroge. I think now we know more about Safaricom. So in case you have any questions, kindly, you can just write it down, then you send it to us. We'll be able to give you the responses. So now I want to invite Professor Oboka to now invite the guest speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Daktari Gwe, and we clap for Safaricom. We have here sharing about some of the best practices in the cooperative, particularly SACCOs, that are worth benchmarking with, and we are really proud to have you here. Hi, Professor. I can't get Professor. Hey, hello, Professor.
Hello.
Oh, very good. Now, delegates, participants here in the room, and those following us online and through YouTube, allow me to introduce to us Professor Leandro Moraes, one high-level professor in areas of social and solidarity economy. Professor Leandro Moraes holds a master's and a doctorate degree in economic development and labor and social economy from the State University of Campinas. He has wide experience in economics with emphasis on Brazilian economy, social and labor economics, public policies, territorial development, social entrepreneurship, and elaboration of socioeconomic diagnostics. He is a widely practiced consultant. Just among some of the things and areas Professor is consulting in or has consulted in includes, he's a consultant in socioeconomic development of the Petrobras police project, which looks at the impacts of the pre-salt and the coastal municipalities of state of Sao Paulo in Brazil. A consultant at the Inter-American Development Bank. He is a consultant to the Solidarity Development Agency and National Secretariat for the Solidarity Economy. has served that. He represents Brazil at the Ibero-American Observatory, Employment and Social Economy. He is a technical consultant to ILO, a consultant to UN International Training Center in Italy and Geneva. He is a leading researcher at the India-Brazil Project South-South Research Partnership. He is a full member of the International Scientific Committee of CIREIEC International, and he is a member of the Task Force on Social and Solidarity Economy of the United Nations. So, members here, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we bring to you a person vastly experienced in matters of social and solidarity economy and practicing it at that high level. You will interact with his profile on our website, but that is just a sample of what Professor has done. A big clap for Professor, please. Now, Professor, here in the hall, we have a big audience, and there is also those who are following online. And through your discussion with us, you are going to reach out and impact on more than 14 million cooperators in Kenya and add on Africa. So your presentation is going to be very impactful. Karibu sana, Professor. In Kenya, we say karibu sana, meaning welcome. So welcome, Professor. Welcome. A big clap for Professor as he starts off. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Professor Oboka. Do you hear me? Yeah.
Prof. Yes, we.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank so much for this invitation. It's a big pleasure for me to be with you in this morning here in Brazil. And after, I'd like to thanks to learn about the Kenya perspective in social solidarity economy and cooperativism. And I'd like to thank so much for the Co-operative University of Kenya for this event, for this reflection, because it's very important in this moment. We do this reflection and I have the opportunity to make this reflection with you. I would like to share screen here. Let me see. Oh, no. Yeah. It's possible to see my presentation?
Yes, we do, Prof.
You're talking about this issue that they asked me to reflect something about the role of social and solidarity economy enterprises and organizations in post-COVID-19 recovery. My extra three of my presentation, I'd like to put some elements about the current contextualization, socioeconomic and environmental impacts. Some reviews. I think that we are in a moment of reviews, some ideas, something about the model of development we are. And after we'll do some relation between SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, and social solidarity economy, enterprise and organizations, because we have some connections and a research agenda in this moment. We are in a specific context. We are nowadays going through the new era of automation with enormous and irreversible economic, financial, technological, and productive advances. Moreover, in this same context, we are suffering the impacts of the increase in social inequality and the concentration of income. Then we are in a paradoxical context. On one side, advance with the technological revolution and every impacts that we are in communication like now, like this relation that we are having now. But in this context, in the context, we can also.
Sorry, Prof. Are you able to have it in presentation mode so that we are able to see as you roll your slides?
We have technological, financial advance with increase of inequality, concentration of income, employment, precariousness, lack of access to the basics. And in this context of post-COVID-19, even worse scenario in Brazil, Latin America, in Africa, in Asia, and also in developed countries. Some can go to the moon or Mars. We have technology. We have technology to go to the moon. If you have money, of course. But what about the issues vital to the survival of the majority? Food, housing, education, drinking water, sanitation. There is an issue that I'm very worried. It's about the hungry. According to reports of FAO, UN agents for the food security, among the expected socioeconomic problems, hunger is a very worrying issue. In the world, 2 billion people live in a state of food insecurity, which represents the inability to have access to safe and nutritious food. As a result of COVID-19, the problems tend to get worse, as the study predicts that the pandemic could push more than 120 million people into chronic hunger. Then also we have some socioeconomic and socio-environmental impacts. And with these impacts, the people who has less conditions to face this have some negative impacts with the environment destruction and with the socio environment impacts. Also, we have another problem, that is the climate change. Irreversible change for centuries and millennia, with the increase of temperature, with continued sea level rise. Climate change is intensifying the hydrological cycle, floods, droughts, melting of glaciers. These changes affect both the ecosystems of the oceans and the people who depend on them. It's another very important problem. And if you can access this report in this website, and I can send my presentation after to Professor Oboka to disseminate it with you.
Prof?
Sorry?
Are you able to have it a slide presentation so that it rolls? You are stuck on a first slide.
Ah, okay. I can send you after, no problem, okay? Hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Prof.
And according to the latest report, global report, made with the 34 million students and involved 2017 author for 62 countries. The world needs urgent action now to address loss and damage, because the climate impacts are already more widespread and severe than expected, inclusive. When we see the air, for instance, 90% of the planet's inhabitants breathe polluted air. The poorest and the most marginalized bear the brunt. 7 million people die from exposure to polluted air particles. And 3 billion people, more than 14% of the world's population, do not have access to cook stoves that use clean energy, which represents the main source of domestic pollution. Another problem, contamination with toxic substances of water. The life cycle of plastic pollution, hazardous pesticides, air pollution, etc., 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 and heavy metal contamination in food and water. Toxic exposures silently and invisible abuse and violate the right to air, water, food, and safe workplaces of billions, particularly children and the most vulnerable groups. And these are a lot of problems in health, like cancer, fertility, etc., etc. Climate change. The human being has warmed the planet to a level never seen in the last 2,000 years. Then we are a problem. We have a problem, a real problem, because the contamination of air, water, food, and the increase of social problems, exclusion, unemployment, concentration of income, is related with the production and consumption model we have. It's a result of model, paradigm of production and consumption we have. We are in. That it's a model of production and consumption related with the utilitarianism, homo economics, profit as the main objective, and the result, social exclusion, aggression to the environment, etc., etc. Is it possible to think, to operationalize alternative models of production and consumption? This is I would like to think with you. Is it possible? A model of production and consumption with green economy, management of resources protection. Is it possible? And also we need to have in mind that we have some global mega trends, and we need to live with these global mega trends. More demand for food, more demand for energy, expansion of entertainment and tourism, new technologies, urbanization and megacities, modern infrastructure and competitiveness, aging of the population, intensification of immigrations. These are the mega trends. We can look in reports, international report with a lot of agencies, consultants, etc. How can we think others models of production and consumption more inclusive, more sustainable, and attend these global mega trends? Is it possible, I think, with the cooperativism to attend these global mega trends that work in other elements of life? For example, for instance, we have a report very, very interesting. I suggest to you to access and read the UN report, Decade of Action. Decade of Action. In this report, they suggest some sectors, some strategic sectors, as generation of inclusive employment, technological innovation, and promote a green and low carbon productive transformation, with 8 priority sectors that would transversally promote progress towards the SDGs and a recovery. The transformation of the energy matrix towards renewable energies, sustainable mobility, inclusion and digital revolution, health manufacturing industry, bioeconomy and nature-based solutions, value and expand the care economy, circular economy, and sustainable tourism. These are the 8 strategic sectors that UN believe that are responsible to contribute with the co-construction of alternative models of production and consumption. And we can see a lot of experience with cooperativism and social and solidarity economy organizations which works in these sectors. Then it's a moment of reviews. The COVID-19, it's a moment to stop and to think about the hegemonic model of production and consumption and the importance, the necessity to change and to foster alternative models. Where are we going? How are we doing? Where are we going? How are we doing? I think that's a good question. In this context, I am trying to share with you. Moment of reflection, need for revision in our development model. I think that's a good moment for this, and to do with you, delegates, participants, researchers. You are very expert and know about this. And how can we co-construct together and foster model of consumption and production that have in the center the cooperative movement, the social and solidarity economic organizations. Why? Because I think that social and solidarity economy enterprises and organizations have a real and a symbolic elements, alternatives, importance. Because in the cooperative, we are a mode of development engaged in all sectors of activities, and we can attend these sectors with mega trends. Person before maximizing profits, serve social missions and demands, produce, sell, and exchange goods and services that contribute to improve the well-being of its members and community. We have a lot of examples in social innovation that are experiences which fight against exclusion, health, etc. We have democratic control. We try attend common interest of communities. We defend and implement values of solidarity and responsibility. And we can note the reinvestment of surplus to strengthen the sustainability and development of the business project. SSEOs, it's very important in every organizations like cooperatives, associations, mutuals, foundations, solidarity economic enterprise, which is experience here from Brazil, community banks, trucking clubs, city banks, etc., etc., etc. I am knowing a lot of experience in every continent as a member of UN task force, and I can learn, I can visit, I can know, experience, and we have a lot of experiences. In Africa continent, example, it's a very interesting region to know some of these experiences and the contribution, the real and symbolic contribution that these organizations are doing in this context. Only cooperatives, we are 1.2 billion cooperatives, more than 280 million jobs generated, 3,000 cooperatives. 1 in every 7 people in the world is associated with a cooperative, according to the last inform of ICA, International Cooperative Alliance. And we are important, an important sector, and we need to externalize and to foster our image and sensibilize other people to buy, to sell of cooperatives, associations, solidarity economic enterprises. And we are a participatory development process that fosters alliances between the main public and private stakeholders interested in a given territory, allowing the joint implementation, this is very important, the joint implementation of a common development strategy, make use of local resources and competitive advantages in a global environment. And another element, very important element in our sector is the cooperation, importance of the ecosystem. It's another point. And we have to congratulate Cuk, cooperative in Kenya, to realize this event, because this event, it's a kind of instrument to foster the ecosystem in the cooperatives movement. Because we need to discuss and to face our fragilities, because we have some fragilities. We have a lot of potentialities, but we have some fragilities. And we need to discuss and to create instrument and to share instrument to face the fragilities. Another element that I would like to share with you is the connections between social solidarity economic enterprise and organizations and the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. You know that we have an agenda, 2030, proposed by UN, and we have 17 objectives, and we are trying to connect the action of the solidarity economy enterprise and organizations with these goals: no poverty, zero hunger, good health, quality education, gender equality, clean water, etc., etc. Now, in this moment here, we are doing the SDG, the last SDG, number 70, because we are creating here partnership for the goals. And we are discussing with you, who are people with very experience and importance in the actions in this direction, to create alliances to foster and to face the fragilities of our sector. And also we are here to disseminate and sensibilize the importance of social solidarity economy organizations and enterprise as an instrument, an effective instrument to instrumentalize these SDGs in our territories. Why these connections? Because the actions of the social solidarity economy, enterprises and organizations produce as a result economic, social, and environment aspects, because have participation and democratic governance, co-construction. Then, when we are talking about the actions of the social solidarity economy organizations and enterprise, we are talking about territorial development. Territorial development, another point, important point. Then the social solidarity economy enterprises and organizations as a vehicle for the realizations of SDGs, especially at the grassroots local level, and in ensuring no person or community is left behind. SDGs and SSE, local community potential. People are the heart of development. Great appreciation of the environment and of intergenerational sustainability. Empowers local communities, join corporations, foster value transformation, appreciation of diversity, respect of human dignity and fundamental human rights. And also, besides the economic aspect, in the actions of the social solidarity economy organizations and enterprise, we have a political dimension. Involves forms of resistance, mobilization, and active citizenship that can challenge the structures that generate social, economic, and environmental injustice. There are some institutes reports that are showing this, and I can share with you, like January and May of this year. And this connection between social and solidarity economy organizations and enterprise and SDGs is very important, and it's very real and effective that United Nations Task Force has disseminated an area of study and publication, some experiences, real experiences you can access in the website that do this relation with SDGs and SSEOs. Here we have implemented the Sustainable Development Goals, what hold for social and solidarity economy. You can access after you send, again, I'm told to you that I will send to Professor Oboka. You have to access this website, and including in this year, now, 1 month ago, we have a lot of reports and studies, articles that you can access free and see about the details about this relation. And we are in a good moment for the social and solidarity economy organizations and enterprise, because there is a recognition, very important, of UN when we see these documents like this, UN Economic and Social Commission for Social Development. In the report of Secretary General, for the first time, we have in the paragraph 24 a recognition that another alternative model of growth aiming at finding a new balance between economic efficiency and social and environmental resilience is the social and solidarity economy. This is very important for us, very important for us. And another report of Assembleia General Assembly, Co-op, appears with a very important instrument of social development, including questions related to the social situation in the world and to youth, aging, people with disabilities and the family, and the role of cooperatives to face and to contribute with these groups. You can access it there in the very, very important info. Another news, in the first time nowadays, during the session of the International Labor Conference in this year, had a general discussion about social and solidarity economy for a people-centered future of work. For the first time appears the social and solidarity economy in this conference, the most important conference of ILO, International Labor Organization. And we have a report that you also can access and read, that is the decent work and the social and solidarity economy. Showing us that we have a rich and diverse history, that solidarity practice dated back to a period to the establishment of the modern state, and the importance of the cooperatives of producers, associations of fair trade, ethical consumption, informal economy, and indigenous people, and knowledge of basic economic organization based on principles of community, reciprocal, etc. And the idea that's important for the government practice the important public policies to foster this sector. Challenge for the implementation of SDGs after COVID-19. We have more challenges, but we need intercooperation, foster the ecosystem, and collective strategies. Collective. About the evaluation and monitoring impacts, actions of the contribution of the social solidarity economy, organizations and enterprise, we are advancing in this direction, and we can have and read two important institutes, informs, reports producing statistics on social and solidarity economy and producing statistics on the state of art of social and solidarity economy. Every these reports and articles you can access freely in the United Nations Task Force website. To conclude my speech here, I would like to share with you, because I know that Co-operative University of Kenya is an important, very important center of study in the cooperative sector and the social and solidarity economy. Then we can share with you, and after to do a collective discussion and think about the possibility of other lectures, other reflections like this, informal and institutional recognition of social and solidarity economy. Each country has an history and culture, and we need to see how each country has instruments to institutionalize the social and solidarity economy, to understand the public policies, and if are state public policies or government public policies, technical advice in terms of economy, accountability, etc., access to credits. It's important to discuss about instruments of social finance. Raise analysis that the SSE is an instrument to strengthen inclusive and social equality policy with respect to human rights and diversity. It's another element very, very important nowadays. Green economy and SSE, because we have a very important discussion nowadays concerning the reconversion of the industry, reconversion of the use of renewable energies. And we have a very interesting experience with the cooperatives in renewable energies. We need to discuss about networks, regional, national, international networks, creation of specific funds for the SSE, theoretical concept on discuss on the specificities of the SSE in this century. We need to discuss about the strengthening of the global flow with perspectives of cooperation. Now it's very important. Brazil and Kenya are discussing about our experience. We have some fragilities and also some potentialities that we can share, then we can learn together, then we can move forward with this cooperation, Brazil and Kenya. And we need to aprimorate instruments of evaluation and monitoring. And we can use the SDGs as a direction to think about this necessity. Thank you. I need to speak in less time that I didn't prepare, but I think I hope to contribute with you to share some elements. The connection, I don't know if it's very, very good, but I think that it will be possible to share with you some discussions, some reflections, some elements, and now we can discuss. And I would like to stay and to put me available to do other conversations like this, and to be very, very near and close with the Cooperative University of Kenya. Thank you very much, Professor Oboka, and everything with this important event. And thank you very much.
A clap for Professor. A big thank you, Professor. And Professor has highlighted the number of challenges facing the world and mankind. And he has posed a question about a possible alternative model that we need to think about as we engage with these problems. And the role of social and solidarity economy, enterprises and organizations in just doing that. That is the model. And here we have practitioners from the cooperative movement. We have academia, researchers. We have students. And though time is constrained, I will allow a comment or a question, 1, 2, 3 comments or questions to the members here. Members, a question, a comment. Daktari, will Daktari get a benefit of a mic?
Yeah, mine is just a comment. I want to just appreciate the presentation that has been made by Professor and say that it was quite informative. I realize that he's well versed with matters solidarity, and I just wish that we could actually have just seen the slides as he was talking. But I believe that this is an eye-opener to us, that we can be able to think much more broadly in matters pertaining to social solidarity and cooperatives. Thank you very much, Professor, for such an informative presentation. Thank you.
A clap for Daktari, please. Any other person? One more? Yes, Daktari. Yes. Silas? Silas first. Silas, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine is to appreciate Professor Morais from Brazil, but I'm coming in to acknowledge the fact that he has rolled the ball, especially touching on the climate change. There are 2 items, the climate change, and he has also connected with the youth. I'm sure we are going to have this afternoon a meeting, a side meeting with the youth. And therefore, the issue of climate change and social solidarity contributing to that effort will be very, very key. Thank you very much.
A clap for Silas, please. My beautiful sister here, Adis, the newest doctor in the university. Please clap for her. Karibu sana Adis.
Thank you very much.
But don't call her Adis. It's only me.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this opportunity to allow me to congratulate the keynote speaker. The takeaways or the benefits I got. 1, you have carefully unpacked and defined the social solidarity economy. That was something that was quite heterogeneous, difficult to talk about. Number 2, you have actually brought in the concept of diversity in social solidarity. That is beautiful, and we need to think about it. Number 3, I like the concept of the environment and SDG. Personally, I must admit, I did not see the relationship between social solidarity and SDG. And you have even opened channels for us that if this is an area we want to champion, we need to work with UN, particularly the economic sector in the UN. Now, the missing point, I'm sorry, I'll disappoint you on this. you did not bring in the issue of gender in social solidarity. And yet, you talked about rural economy. And women are the most in the rural economy. So where are we in all this? Thank you very much.
A clap for Dr. Yes. A youth, why SI? Anyone who has a comment? Okay, in the interest of time, yes, there is a young scholar there. Give him a mic.
Okay, thank you. My name's Jim Kelvin. Ama ukipenda unaweza niita Paps. Whatever caught my attention was Professor challenged us if either we are allowed to come up with an alternative production and consumption means. Yeah, that's what we should rethink. Instead of going for the mega cities, big construction and the nuclear thing that affect the global status as it is. So that one is something to ponder. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you. A big clap for the young person. I know we are constrained for time. Members of the academia here, students, researchers, practitioners, we brought you Professor Morais, and it's not easy getting to bring to our rooms like this people operating at that level. And this is a scholar, a consultant, a researcher who is open to partner with us. So my challenge to us is, and he has said that we can engage with him further, formally, institutionally, or individually. There is a lot we can benefit by doing that. And again, for our young people, even as researchers, our research scope is always very narrow, thinking about things that everybody is thinking about. Now, here is an area that we need to engage in. Now, get into matters of social and solidarity economy, enterprises and organizations, and what role they can play, what contribution they can play, and there is a lot of need for research in that space. Please take the challenge. Now back to Professor. 1 minute, you could have a comment as we close up the session. Please welcome Professor.
First of all, I would like to thank you for the 4 contributions, for the 4 messages. One of them to thanks and to comment that we are in an issue that we need to reflect collectively. About the climate change, in fact, we have a problem, a real and actual problem that we have to think about possibilities to in every level of our existence, like the personal level, the social level, and the national level, to think about some kinds of actions in terms of productions and in terms of consumption to minimize, to face this climate change, because it's real, it's actually, and we are seeing every day the negative impacts overall for the most vulnerable groups and population. About the diversity in the social solidarity economy, we have some experiences that include some determined groups, like indigenous, for instance, that we have here in Brazil nowadays, and discussions about the lack of opportunities, the absence of opportunities for the indigenous people. And For the other side, we have some experience in social solidarity economy organizations that can include them in this context. About gender, I think that's a very important issue that I can to reinforce this question in the other presentations. It's very, very important, the role of human and the gender equality in these discussions, and social solidarity economy organizations and enterprises include as a very important vehicle to work this question. We have some info, some reports, some studies, and for instance, that compare the participation of human in determined posts of work in the cooperatives, for instance, and other traditional enterprise. And we have that we have to go for one modern, but we have some differences in this context when we compare some cooperatives and some traditional enterprise. But you have a region that we need to reinforce this issue. That's a very important issue. And however, the thing to arrive in an alternative model of production and consumption that we have nowadays, some kinds of production and the reinvestment of funds in qualification, and to think about the new kinds or the alternative kinds of materials of production, and we as a consumption, we have also a role to do in this moment. The questions that I hear from you are very interesting and complex questions. And in 1 minute, it's impossible to do an extend reflection about it. But it's good to start a discussion and to put here a seed to plant and to do others reflection with you, Professor Boca, and every Cuk team. Thank you very much again.
Professor, we'll keep engaging, Prof, even after this, and we really appreciate you setting aside your time. We know it's very early in the morning in your country, but you found it fit to join us. A big thank you, and we'll keep engaging. Now, members, we have gained so much from the discussions from morning, from the presentation from Professor. We have still 3 presentations we want to go in the plenary to go over very fast before we go for lunch, and then we go to the other sessions. Please, your indulgence, because these are important discussions. We invited you here because of this, because we want to give you a lot of information, and I'm happy that the presenters are not disappointing. They have given us so much. So may I take this program back to Dr. Gwei. Dr. Gwei, you could see how you can, is it 15 minutes? Yeah. Okay. A clap for Dr. Ari.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. I think we can rise a bit. I think you've been seated for too long. Sindio? Yeah, just stretch a bit. We have like 45 minutes to go before we go for lunch. So just stretch a bit, huh? Dr. Ngala, stretch, man. Yeah, thank you so much. You may be seated. So we have 3 more presentations. I know, I hope Pamela is here. Pamela is there. We have Professor is already seated there. Then we have Job Osumba is in. Thank you. Just come over. Yeah, so I think as they come, I want to invite the 2 CEOs from the circle to just give us, there were some questions which they were asked. I don't know whether you have any other questions that you were to ask them. Hey, there are a couple, but I want to give you just 1 minute. Just come. So you can start with The CEO of Kenya National Police, so you can just check.
Thank you, Dr. Gwei. Okay, the question I was asked is about excess liquidity is a big problem for you, the SACCO of your size. What strategy do you have to manage this problem? Of course, liquidity, for those who have done accounting, always has the best ratio is 1-to-1. It means you collect what you'll use is 1-to-1. So anytime it's less than 1, it means you have less liquidity, you have to look for that money in terms of borrowing, which will cost you. If you have excess, it means you have money that is sitting with you. If it is not put to any use, then it has zero value. Because any money you hold in liquid asset has zero value because it's not earning you anything. And that's why he's asking what strategy. Of course, we have strategies we are putting in place. And one of the things I said is our SACCO has capitalized much, currently closing to about 10 billion, which is a ratio of about 31-32% against the 10 required by SASRA. So what are we doing? One is relaxing credit policies in terms of relaxing the restrictions, like how many times can you borrow against your deposit. So we are growing that from 3 to 4, maybe 5, 6, 7, it can go as high as we can afford. We are also saying, why do you keep people waiting to get money 6 months? We're saying no waiting period. Once you'll be a member, you're eligible, anytime you can borrow that money. We are also looking at why don't we move to capacity-based lending as opposed to deposit-based lending. You save 1 shilling, we give you 3 times. We say, let's forget about that. You can come in, put in your shilling, you have capacity to borrow 3 million, 4 million, 10 million, that should be able to be possible. On top of that, we don't keep this money sitting in our liquid pockets. We also invest. The other day we bought, in fact, bought from CBK about 100 million. We have other money sitting in other pockets of money markets. So that money is also working for us. So we actually have strategy to put in place so that we don't hold money that is not giving us value. Because at the end of the day, the members will come, they want dividend, and we have to give them dividend because dividend is part of why they're giving that money. I think that should be the answer to that question. But if you're not satisfied, whoever asked it, please, I'm still available. I'll be able to sit with you and give you more explanation. What strategies have police SACCO put in place to increase women participation in SACCO activities? That is a hard one. I don't know, because we have an open bond. The membership has zero discrimination. So basically, you're a woman, you're a man. It is open. So what we are saying is, as women, we want to encourage you. Don't sit down. Come up and grab these positions. Come up and grab the opportunities. Because it will not be given to you lying down. It is not a walk in the park, my friend. You have to get it. I think that's how it is. Because in the jungle, you have to fight. You cannot say, because I'm a woman, 30%, just give it to me. I'm not sure whether it will work anywhere. In parliament, it's not working. It will not work here. So as a woman, stand up, be strong, be prospective, come up, showcase, fight with these men, and you'll have it. Otherwise, about the numbers in police, largely, I'll tell you, police work was really not meant for women, but we have policemen. Because we are talking about patrols, fighting Mikora and all this. That could be the main reason, even if you carried out a study, why we have less. There's even a year we had more women. Actually, there was a year they included almost 50-50, and there was a big problem because some of those women could not be taken to those far-end areas where we have challenges. So they were left in Nairobi, and there are problems elsewhere. So I don't know. It's a natural issue. I don't know how to solve it. Maybe it will solve itself. But again, we are still encouraging women. Please, let's not sit down. Let's stand up and take it. Because men may not give it to us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Solomon. So I want to invite CP Njoroge to now give the responses.
Okay, thank you. The first question was on the priority we've put on education and training. Education and training is very key. It's one of the principles of cooperatives. And so for us, we do a lot of member education, because for us to make the members adopt technology, it needs a lot of investment. Actually, we have an education session, an online one, every Wednesday. Like tomorrow we are having one. So we do it on a monthly basis, but still we do it on request from maybe a certain employer or a board. We do it. So it's a very, very important thing for you to be able to deliver the mandate of a SACCO. Education and training has actually tops, because for them to know the products and services and so on, you have to invest in education. And then on the issue of what we do to do with the healthcare issues of members, actually for now we don't have a cover or insurance for members, but currently we are talking to various insurance companies. We would like to have a medical cover for, particularly for the non-salaried group that we are dealing with. We would like to bring in a service where maybe they can be able to make annual payments when they are receiving their rebates, and then it will be able to run them throughout the year. Then what are the benefits and the challenges of working away from home? I'll start with the benefits. Of course, there's a lot of cost cutting because you don't need that space in the office. We don't have the bills, the water, the electricity, the teas and so on. So that is one. Number two, from where I sit, I've seen increased productivity from the staff. Because if you work in Nairobi, probably you spend 2 hours in the morning in traffic. So the staff will get to the office maybe 8:30. By the time they settle, it's already 9. So we've already wasted 1 hour. In the evening, one may be tempted to leave earlier so that they can run away from the traffic jams. But for us, I see us, staff start working as early as 6 a.m. because some are working from the comfort of their bedrooms. So there is no movement. So you just wake up, you pick your laptop, and you're already working. They also work very late into the night because after maybe 5, I'll go for a stroll within the estate, then I'll be able to come back and continue working. So actually working from home has no working hours. There is no 8 to 5. So every time is a working time. So that is one of the advantages. The only challenge we can say is it may be difficult for supervision because you are not able to see the staff. But this one, how I've seen us going around it, is to introduce what we call the performance-based working. So you expected to do this. As long as you have done it, then the supervisor has no issue following you. The other challenge that you'll be having is we've seen, when the staff come together in the office, they're able to share. So if it's not checked very well, this working from home, you are not able to identify some of the psychological issues that may be affecting a certain staff. So the only way you can mitigate that is to reach out to these people now and then, and once in a while you have a lunch together, a gathering, you share your experiences, how have you been doing. But to me, this is the best way of working going forward, and we should thank COVID for it. Let us not see the negative side of COVID, but the positive side of it. It has actually brought a new way of working, which we should embrace and continue doing it. Then I think the issue of the climate change and green energy, what most of the SACCOs are doing right now. If you look at the budget, previously there are items of the environment that were not appearing in those budgets. but majority of us, through the corporate social responsibility, we now have budgets for climate initiatives, tree planting, and so on. So these are part of how SACCOs are now participating in the green energy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Makofi kwa the CEOs. Yeah, so I want to invite Pamela. Pamela Kaburu is from Global Communities. She's going to make a presentation on social system network analysis of the cooperative ecosystem in Kenya. So, karibu.
Asante sana. Good afternoon, everyone. Kwa wazima. My name is Pamela Kaburu. I work for Global Communities for a cooperative development program. My colleague Olga in the morning introduced the program, so I may not get into the details of that. But we are introducing, we are working purely within the cooperative development. And the program CLEAR stands for Cooperative Leadership Engagement Advocacy and Research Program. So we are heavy on research. We want to learn as much as possible, and therefore our approach is CLA. We want to collaborate with the partners within the cooperative ecosystem. We want to learn as much as possible. We want to adapt so that our relevance within the sector is maintained, even with the changing context. And therefore, today I'll be making a presentation in one of the research initiatives that we've done in the recent past. SSNA, Social Systems Network Analysis within the Kenyan cooperative ecosystem. This is a research study that we did back in 2019, and there was a follow-on study in 2021, because we wanted to understand how cooperatives are connected or networked, and for what purpose those networks are. And my starting point is, so what was the gap, or what is the challenge, or what is the problem? Yeah, anyways, tafadhali tembea na mimi, because I feel like I'm all over. Let's go back to the first slide, the introduction slide. Thank you. So it is evaluating opportunities and outcomes for a social systems network in the Kenyan cooperative sector. Like I said, we really wanted to better understand how cooperatives are connected or not within the Kenyan cooperative ecosystem, and we'll be able to talk more about Ushirika Hub in the next slides. Let's proceed, please. And the problem, let's go back. The problem statement. The Kenyan cooperative faces challenges to cooperate and to connect. Of course, with the challenges were more pronounced. You know, the weak and the disjointed networks, the poor coordination between stakeholders and service providers. Of course, with people now staying at home and working from home, a majority of cooperatives didn't really know where to go, especially when all these offices closed. And they did not know how to get in touch with some of their service providers. The government offices were closed from one day to the next, and therefore that disjoint was so magnified with the COVID situation. Kindly, let's proceed to the next slide. Okay, and access to technical support, affordable and cooperative-friendly finance, inadequate extension support, and ideally, there is so much reliance on face-to-face and word-of-mouth networking within the cooperatives. These are some of the things that we found out when we did our baseline in 2019, that a majority of cooperatives preferred face-to-face meetings and rather than the online meetings, while COVID came and everything had to shift, and that unpreparedness really presented a challenge to a majority of cooperative stakeholders. Let's proceed, please. Next. Okay. And I would want us to talk about Ushirika Hub and how exactly we were able to map the various stakeholders we have in the country. And as you can see on the left side of this particular slide, we were able to see some of the actors and how they are connected, how they are disjointed, some are isolated, and some of them, were projected to be such a resource because many organizations or many cooperatives are actually going to them for different services. And when we talk about Ushirika Hub, this is ideally really a name that we gave to the network map that we created. We did this study in 6 counties in 2019. It was Nairobi, Kirinyaga, Meru, we were in Nandi, we were in Kisumu, and we were in, which other? We'll be able to see the counties. We did our baseline in 2020, 6 counties. We wanted to map some of the actors that we have within the cooperative ecosystem. We wanted to understand if people want to go to a certain organization for particular need, where do they go? What actors exist within the cooperative ecosystem? What services are they offering? How connected are they with the other cooperatives? We wanted to better understand their profiles, what they are offering, and how exactly they are connected with the larger ecosystem. And what we came to realize is that, of course, we were able to generate a beautiful Ushirika Hub, a beautiful map that was able to give us an opportunity to visualize how cooperatives were connected within the 6 counties that we were able to go to. And this particular map was able to give us an opportunity to visualize the organizations and the relationships that exist and the collaborations, of course, that exist within the cooperative ecosystem. And in 2021, last year, we were able to revisit the same counties, and we added one more county, Kiambu, because we wanted to, like I said, we wanted to revisit the previous cooperatives or the previous networks for us to better understand how exactly have they been able to build on the network that was already established. We wanted to better understand the gaps. We wanted to better understand how they were using the networks that were established. And for Kiambu, we really wanted to understand what they needed in a cooperative network. Because like we said, COVID came and everyone shifted online. And therefore presenting a gap to cooperatives that were not so well networked as it was back in 2021. Let's move to the previous slide, please. That one? Yeah. And so we had 3 cooperative development working on the baseline. That was our global communities through the CLEAR program. We had the NCBA Clusa and WOKU, and we mapped the networks in 6 counties. We had a total of 601 actors that were physically present for the mapping exercises, and we were able to build 1487 relationships. Ideally, what we asked the actors that were there, where do you go to for what service? Of course, we all know we have financial needs or services. We have education and training. We have cooperative advocacy. We wanted them to sit down and visualize their networks and their collaborations and their connections. Like, for instance, if you are a cooperative university and you need your finances, where do you go to for that particular service? And that is how 600 actors were able to map all these 1487 relationships. And with that, we were able to realize that some actors were such a resource within the counties where they operated. We realized some of these key actors, many people visited them for different services, and that is how we categorize them as either resources or resource networkers, that many people would go to them, and that is what we came to realize, like the apex bodies or the learning institutions like that as resources. Others were active network, people who would go out and network a lot for different services for whatever it is that they needed within the cooperative ecosystem. And this is just a graphic representation of the kind of a map that we built. It was something beautiful to see the map really grow. We were in Nairobi, Meru, Laikipia, Kisumu, Kirinyaga, and Nandi. And some of the strengths that we realized within the network, in-person and online networking was there and active, and people were still open in as much as they preferred in-person. They were open to exploring the online networking. Participants created real-time relationships, like we can see on the left side, and stakeholders better understood the cooperative network. They were able to realize some of the actors that provide very good services within their counties were not as known. They were either, disjointed or they were isolated. They did not have any connection with the other cooperators. And some of the weaknesses that we realize is that, of course, technology is not intended for social networking. A majority of people network just socially and not as a tool to do business, or not to access some of the services that are very critical in the business operations of cooperatives. And another weakness, without help, a majority of them may not be able to access the map or even know how to navigate it. And of course, the data was a bit complex. So that was another challenge that we identified as a result of that initial mapping. Next. So what were the objectives of the study? I said we did the baseline study in 2019, and we did a follow-on study in 2021. And we wanted to evaluate the role of an online cooperative network. The theme of this year is building back better. Some of the challenges that we identified in 2019, we wanted to go back and evaluate the role an online cooperative network could play in strengthening the Kenyan cooperative market system. We all know that everyone is moving digital. Cooperative movement is such a strong movement in our country right now, but we do not really have a one, stop shop, if we can call it that, or one network that brings all the cooperators together. So we wanted to evaluate the role that such an online platform could actually play within the cooperative ecosystem in Kenya to be able to strengthen the current market operations for the cooperators. Number two, we also wanted to understand the current use of the existing social networks by cooperators. There are so many cooperators that are, within the social networks that exist. We have Facebook, we have LinkedIn, we have Twitter. But we wanted to understand how exactly do they use them? Are they active? Are they actively involved? And then we also wanted to investigate the potential for expanded use and benefits of social network platforms in the cooperative sector in Kenya. After, of course, exploring how they are using it, we wanted to go a step further to better understand what potential lies there for an expanded use of cooperative-specific networks. Next. And so we did a baseline study, like I said, in 2019, and and then we came to the follow-on study in 2021, where we surveyed the total of 170 cooperators. 117 came from the existing Ushirika Hub users, those that were already interviewed and part of the system in 2019. And we also had new non-users or new users in Kiambu, 53, from Kiambu, 53 of them. We wanted to understand, having not interacted with the first map or the first network that we created, we wanted to understand what are the needs or what do they think or feel such a network could be useful for. If we could come up with one network for cooperators, how would they envision it to be like? What would they want to see in it? And, how would it improve their business operations, and if there was any need for that even. And of course, we had some key informant interviews, and we held some validation workshops, what we are calling the meaning-making sessions, where we wanted to better understand or to make sense of the data that we were getting, and also to hold some very focused discussions on critical issues coming from the study. Next. And so this is just a snapshot of who were part of this. We had cooperatives were the majority. We also had a good representation of the SACCOs. We had the county government, both the national and the counties. We had input suppliers, banks, and just others. And as you can see, the sex and age representation as well. And looking at the education level, a majority of them were up to college level, and only 2 individuals recorded primary level of education. So these are people who had the ability to really understand what we were talking about and to give us some valuable data as well. And some of the key findings that we got from the follow-on study, that 44% of social networks, 44% of the participants that were interviewed actually use social networks to connect with other cooperatives. And most connect either using their phones or in-person meetings. You know, in-person is an aspect we couldn't really ignore because a majority of cooperatives really connect at that particular level. But of course, as you can see, 44% also came out very strongly that people are actually opening up to social networks to connect with their fellow cooperatives. And nearly all, 97% of those that were interviewed, use email as an official form of communication. And therefore, if you're using an email, it means you have access to the right technologies, and you can be able to explore and deepen your engagement should that opportunity be granted as well. And 64% use social media in their every single day life. We all know we wake up and the first thing probably we do, either we check our WhatsApp status or we go on Facebook, and therefore people actively engage social media on a normal day. And 54% use social networks for building their network. Only, in as much as only 18% are using it for product marketing. You know, you can already start seeing the gaps that were able to come out clearly. And some of the types of social media that are being used currently in Kenya, as from this particular research that we did, a majority of them are on Facebook, on WhatsApp, Twitter, Instagram, you know, all the way to the very, very specific, digital platforms targeting specific people like iCow. You know, people are still even in TikTok, and these are purely cooperatives as well. And then looking at the kind of services that they access using this particular network, or the social networks. Of course, we have networking coming out very strongly. A majority of people are not on Facebook or on Twitter to do business. They are there to network. They are there to meet or connect with friends or communities. They are there to get any news. You know, that is where we get updates on what is happening, what is trending within our communities. You know, and of course we have, 35 really, people saying that actually they are there to do business, as much as it is not as popular. Education and training as well. But as you can see, cooperative advocacy is not something that many people have been able to access through Facebook, accounting services, legal services, insurance services, product technology. There are so many gaps looking at these that already exist within the services that are offered through the social networks. Next. And we asked them, so if we were to come up with one network for cooperatives, what kind of services, or what would you want to see, or what would you want to access from such a network? And of course, networking still is very, very strong. We are social beings. We want to network a lot, and therefore that really tops the list. People are interested in getting education and training. Of course, it's one of the principles, of cooperatives. People would want to get education and training from, such a one cooperative network. Of course, they are also interested in information, a cost or reviews of products. Obviously, if you're buying products, you would want to have an opportunity where you get referees or reviews or recommendations as well. Cooperative information on membership, all the way to news. We've already seen that people are already getting news from their social media platforms as well. They would also want to see market, products and, market their own products, and also to have access to new technologies as well. Cooperative advocacy. Ideally, everything that a cooperative is supposed to be getting, these are things they would want to see in such a one committed network for cooperatives. Next. And so in conclusion, what are we saying? We are saying that cooperatives advanced their digital capacity during COVID. Whether it was forced or not, we realize that actually cooperatives were able to open up to the social networking or the digital platform, and all we can see is that they are ready for this. They are ready for a devoted cooperative network where cooperatives can meet online and do their business as a unique business model they are. Number two, virtual networking will help cooperatives to be more prepared should another pandemic strike or occur. We are building resilient societies and resilient cooperatives. And what we are saying is that should another pandemic occur, cooperatives do not really have to start from negative. There's an opportunity for us to be found doing our business virtually in a normal setup. And another thing is that cooperatives are using social networks for cooperative businesses, but there's an opportunity to expand. Currently, they are using it to network and to find news, but not so much for business, yet cooperative is a business entity, therefore there is an opportunity for that. And lastly, cooperatives that are better connected to one another and for the market and to the market are more successful and more resilient. And my last slide, please. We have some policy recommendations that we are hoping that they will be, actioned by some of the actors that we have within the cooperative ecosystem. Number one, there is an opportunity to create an enabling environment that facilitates adoption and use of an online cooperative network through partnership that forms a one-stop hub for cooperative needs. That's what we are seeing. There is a gap. We do not have a one dedicated network for cooperatives in the country, obviously, a virtual online platform for cooperatives. There's a gap there, there's an opportunity. We have such a strong movement as it is right now, and therefore this is where the future should be, so that should we need to communicate anything, any cooperative news, any cooperative advocacy, like for instance, when we were doing last year, the public participation forums for the National Bill of 2022, this would have been a great opportunity to be able to share some of these news in one consolidated place, and therefore this is an opportunity that we see. Number two, the platform should be developed and promoted in collaboration with the government, the apex bodies, promote its use in regular cooperative development activities. Obviously, it cannot be a one-man show, and a great recommendation is that it should really be an opportunity for all the actors to come together and own this particular initiative so that it becomes a dedicated channel for all the cooperative business, and it should be done in collaboration with every stakeholder that has an interest within the cooperative ecosystem, and that way there is buy-in, and that way there will be support as well, and it will be popularized through the various cooperative meetings and activities as well. And there's also an opportunity. One of the things that came out very clearly, those that were interviewed, they were part of this study, did not see the need to reinvent the wheel or to come up with a new platform when you already have some platforms that are working. A majority of them are on Facebook, and therefore the suggestion is we need to build on the pre-existing platforms to host Ushirika Hub, a kind of a network that incorporates more applications, including product sales and direct co-op-to-co-op communication, where you can be able to contact your fellow cooperator and get all this information. And one of the things that they said clearly is they preferred Facebook, actually, because we already have some, market applications on Facebook. Some people are on Facebook. There are some enclosed communities within the Facebook community as well. And LinkedIn also was mentioned, because there's already some professionalism within the LinkedIn, but they said Facebook was easier, many people are already in there, and therefore it's a matter of embedding a cooperative dedicated network within the Facebook, and then inviting or people building their profiles and getting an opportunity to market their produce, get in touch with the other sector players, and then they will be able to build a network. And every other news from the cooperative, right from the State Department to the cooperative to the COG, will be communicated through that particular platform. And of course, for this to happen, there are some conditions that need to be in place. Number one, these need to have a very strong value proposition to the various sector players. It has to make sense to you. And when I say sense to you, it has to make a business sense to you. Why would you support such an initiative? If we talk about the State Department of Cooperatives, it has to make sense to them. What work is it going to do to them, or how is it going to ease in their business? If it is CUK, what benefit do you stand to get by promoting such? If it is the Cooperative Alliance of Kenya, how exactly is this supposed to be supporting them? Because it is important for every other stakeholder, really, their interest to be known, and then that interest is really put into consideration. So that is key. Another one, financial resource for development, upkeep, and training. Of course, such a development will require money, and therefore it has to be a very well-thought process. Who is going to finance the establishment and the upkeep and the continuity of such? And of course, championing one of the stakeholders to take a leading role, and mostly not a development partner like global communities, but someone that is here to stay forever can be a champion to this. Of course, UK, CAK, and any other actor within the platform. And of course, a lot of goodwill and buy-in from the national and the county governments. Those two levels of government, CAK, CUK, and all these big sector players will need to be involved, and also to have their blessings as well. And of course, commitment from all the stakeholders and all the actors that matter within the cooperative ecosystem. That way, we'll be able to come up with one network that we can be able to see our cooperatives grow and do business together virtually. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pamela. So if you have any question for Pamela, you can just take it down. And I think in the afternoon, Professor is requesting that he presents in the forum, because YSI is going to be here in the afternoon. So I want to invite Job Osumba. So you have exactly 15 minutes. So summarize the presentation. He's going to be presenting a paper on the effectiveness of cooperative business model in economic recovery strategy and resilience building in post-COVID-19. So you can just follow with me. Go to page 17. The presentation, is it? You have the presentation?
Yeah, it should be with them.
Yeah, just check the presentation. I don't have it. Okay.
I sent it to abstracts.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So as the presentation is still being put up, maybe I can take this opportunity to give a bit of my background. I loved the background you gave for Professor Morais. That was very elaborate and very high level, but yeah, we can also make ours at this level here. Yes. My name is Joab Osumba. When the presentation comes up, it will be seen.
What you can do, they don't have the presentation. We can break for lunch and you come and present. Yeah.
There it is.
Oh,
there it
okay.
is. Yeah, it has come. Yeah, fine. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So my name is Joab Osumba. Environment and climate change expert. Right now, I'm a consultant with Fine Line Management Systems, and Fine Line Management Systems has a working agreement with the Co-operative University of Kenya. And that is why I am standing here today. Apart from being a consultant with Fine Line Management Systems, I am a research officer in climate smart agriculture policy with the consultative group on international agricultural research. That's second email address. And so, when you talk resilience, when you talk climate change, or when you talk green economy, that is the pool where I swim. But today, I am here as one of your students. Yes, why am I here as one of your students? I have been working in my career in agriculture, in environment, in climate change. I have been working with agribusinesses, SMEs, cooperatives that do agribusiness work for the last 10, 15 years.
And so I sit in the spaces where cooperatives issues are being discussed. And recently we were having a similar one. And we were like, okay, SMEs, people like SMEs because they are like lucrative, they get their money, people don't like cooperatives and therefore they leave them to die. And I thought, then we were about to pray. So I said, no, before you pray. Then I was given a chance to say my last word. So I said, let us not underrate this cooperatives space. Because cooperatives is filling a gap that has been left by the commercial sector and the public sector. And I said, check your history, look back in history. Any time the world has ever had to come down on its knees because of financial meltdowns or economic crashes, it is the cooperative model that has brought it back to its feet. And I said, check your history, back to where your memory can take you. And that is when I was told, can you come and stand in front of a conference and say the same thing? And so I'm here today repeating the same thing. In this journey, I have been assisted quite a lot by Professor Boka, and so our names are there together. But I'm coming in through the resilience wing, not really through the cooperative wing. Yeah, you can now, you can go ahead. I've been given 15 minutes. I use this one, okay, so. So, right, yeah, okay. The middle. No. Yeah, okay. You just set it as, yeah, there it is going, yeah. Yeah, so that is the lineup of what I have prepared to present. I want to really go through it quickly, just picking a few points on each page so that I finish within the, yeah, just set it. Yeah, so that I finish within the timeline that I'm given. But even as we are setting that, I want to say that what we did here was to take a historical approach to looking at what has been happening in the world up to where we could reach in terms of financial challenges that the world has faced, economic challenges that the world has faced, and how it was dealt with. And the very first challenge that we have recorded in this literature review, in this historical research, was an event that occurred in the year 33 AD in Rome, the Roman Empire. If you know Julius Caesar, those of you who have heard about Julius Caesar was the emperor at that time. That year was also the year Jesus Christ died. And he actually died in the empire. That is the year Jesus Christ went back to heaven, 33 AD. There was a financial turmoil in the Roman Empire. And by the time the turmoil was coming in, Caesar has left and Tiberius was the emperor now. And he created a strategy which has lived up to today. That strategy is the one that was used even in 2008 when the financial crisis occurred in America, which touched the whole world. And we have the whole list there on how, yeah, you can go to the next. Yeah, so the introduction here is that we are saying we are presenting a paper that is describing how the corporate, that is now, it is now moving too fast, okay. That is describing how the cooperative business model has been used in the past. Yeah, both by cooperative enterprises and non-cooperative outfits. Yeah, to rescue the global economy from total collapse in the face of financial shocks. And then the cooperatives are categorized as social enterprises, like it has been said here, social and solidarity economy, that incorporate both business logic and community logic. And I think the community issue has been coming here since, coming up since morning, and taking unique position between non-profit and for-profit enterprises. And graphically, that is the blue thing that came up. You can just bring it up. Yeah, so you can see the non-profit on the left, and then the for-profit on the right. Cooperative is occupying a space in between there, and that space is very crucial because without it, the world will just go back to its knees. Where are we going now? Yes. And I think I can pick mine here. Yeah, I can pick mine so that when it goes. Yeah, it just come back. Yeah, so the backup is here. Yeah, so we can go to the next page. Yeah, just go to the next page. Yeah, so the problem that we started looking at is this, and that problem, I think, is a problem that has been mentioned quite a lot, that this cooperative business model, which emphasizes service maximization above profit maximization, and then welfare maximization above investor interest. This has been disparaged. You know, people talk a lot about it in negative light, but because of the capacity challenges that bring governance problems, the business model has no problem. The problem is with the governance model. And the governance model has a problem because of capacity issues. It's not the model itself. Yeah? So because of that, people think the cooperative model cannot work. Yeah, and that is what we are trying to prove here, that the cooperative model is resilient, it is working, it is only the governance bit that needs to be worked on. And then, bullet, that is where the interest is coming in, that the donor community and development partners are interested in private sector approach to resilience building. And the major question, they are asking a question, in this private sector space, if there is an SME here and there is a cooperative here, which one should we pick and go with? Which one is more viable than the other? Okay? And then there are many cases that are proving that the cooperative model is good, but the understanding of many people out there is still not up to speed to get the cooperative model moving. They still think cooperative cannot work, SME is the thing. Then we are saying this narrative needs to change. So why this narrative needs to change is why we went back into history to see how cooperatives have come. Go, just click up. Just click, yes. So what we did was to investigate the effectiveness of the cooperative business model in supporting economic recovery wherever a collapse has occurred in world history. How did the cooperative model work? Whether it is used by non-cooperators or it is used by cooperators, how did it work? How did it fit in the frame? So we evaluated known shocks going back up to 33 AD, which I was saying. Yeah. and then we examined the strategies that were used. And then we identified the challenges, and then we recommended a more viable pathway based on what we have seen. Okay, just go. Yeah, so the methodology is a historical research design. As we have said, we used a literature review going back up to where we could reach. Just lift that one. Yeah, and then the contextual background. This contextual this is the list of all crises that has happened that we know of that are major. 18 of them. I've not included COVID here because COVID is the one on the table we are talking about. So I've talked about what was not on the table. The first one is the Roman financial panic of 33 AD. This Great Depression in America, many of you must have heard about it, number 4. Then you come to number 7, the debt crisis. Those of you who were there in the 1980s, 1990s, the debt crisis that strangled the third world, you must have heard about it. The Great Famine, a lot of you must have heard about it. The Black Death, most of you have heard about it. The Ebola, many of you are around. Climate change is with us here, even as we speak, number 18. So they are saying that many of these events have provided important lessons in how to deal with similar situations in future. So that's why we went back to them, to look at how they were dealt with. And then we went back to them with the cooperative model in mind. And the cooperative model, the basis is here. Those 3 Venn diagram circles, the governance model, the values and principles, and then the business itself. How does it fit into the resilience of bringing an economy back to life if it has collapsed? You can just go. Yes, so I just want to jump to the findings. Yeah, and the first bullet is saying, findings of several literature review studies describe many historical instances where cooperatives were created in reaction to difficult economic times, back up to 33 AD. And if you just come back to what happened just recently in 2020, when COVID happened, in America, so many worker cooperatives expanded their membership, and so many startups of worker cooperatives started from collapsed SMEs. And they are saying from 7 to 29% of the cooperative sector was more resilient than the SMEs. If you look at those that collapsed, the cooperative sector was 7 to 29% more resilient than the SME side. And then the issue of fair trade is a value in the cooperative sector, and fair trade producers and consumer cooperatives came in when lockdowns happened. The shorter value chain or supply chain, fair trade and consumer cooperatives came up to shorten that supply chain, and they became more resilient than even the other SMEs who could not have an arrangement like that. And then there is this unique innovation between the cooperatives and their members, that the members are willing to help the institution itself, the institution is willing to help the members themselves. So it is a two-way traffic, as opposed to SME, where if you are told go home and the owner closes, okay, you can go. Yeah, and then if you revisit the 2008 crisis, the financial crisis of 2008, this has also been studied a lot by ILO and ICA, and they are saying that financial cooperatives in those days, remained very sound. Consumer cooperatives reported even increased turnover. Worker cooperatives saw growth among the people, and then in responding to new realities. And in that decade, after 2008, the number of worker-owned cooperatives in the United States nearly doubled. As the SMEs were collapsing, these people were forming cooperatives from the ashes of the SMEs. They were just taking up the factories and saying, let us now own it. And then cooperatives survived and fared relatively well in this instability, largely because of their ability to control their debt. the issue of debt, because that is what actually cripples so many of these things. That is what brings the financial meltdown. And then even in the context of recession, the ILO noted an increase in cooperative startups. Even as recession was going on, companies were collapsing, cooperatives were starting up. And then savings and credit cooperative unions, which contributed a lot of employment creation. Profitability of cooperative banks went up. As the other banks were closing down, the cooperative banks, their profitability was going up. ILO reported that cooperative banks have steadily increased their market share in Europe. In that time, from 2008 up to now, the market share of cooperative banks in Europe have gone up, while the market share of the other banks are going down. Just go up. Yeah, so now, ILO is observing that cooperative institutions come through the crisis rather better than investor-owned businesses, noting that massive public bailout of private investor-owned banks rarely involve customer-owned cooperative banks. Cooperative banks are never in that bracket that is to be bailed out. It is these other banks, because of their resilience. Yeah. Now, if you go to Argentina, in 2001, Argentinian economy went into turmoil. So many companies closed, factories closed. Workers just went back into those factories and turned them into cooperatives. Right now, there are 400 converted, not total, converted cooperatives from SMEs, 400 of them, and they all survived the COVID. You go to, just pull that one up. Just pull that one up. Yeah, I want to finalize. Now, this one, this one is Europe in the Industrial Revolution. Industrialization brought so many people in Europe to their knees. And that is how the agricultural depression in 1860s in Germany, economic hardship in 1840s in UK. In fact, this 1840s is where now the real cooperative began. Yeah, and then you come to the 1930s of the US, 1960s housing cooperatives in New York, 1970s in Europe, unemployment. Worker-owned cooperatives in Eastern Europe. When the Soviet Union collapsed, it went with so many of those SMEs. The cooperative spring up in Eastern Europe was like unprecedented. Cooperative solutions were also applied in recovery programs in the aftermath of World War II. Yeah? And then some studies focus more specifically on the creation of worker-owned cooperatives, which since 19th century tend to increase in numbers during recessions, both as startups and as takeovers. So you can see every time there is a problem, that is the time the cooperative movement has found a space. And even when there is no problem, if you study them, because we have looked at those studies also, they are performing fairer than the others which are seen to be doing well because they are bringing quick returns. Their longevity is longer than the SMEs. You can go? I am about to finish. Now, here is where there is a challenge. And this challenge is what we need to deal with because this is the innovation. What we have found is that there are quite a number of cooperatives that are borrowing elements of SMEs and putting into the cooperative. There are quite a number of SMEs that are borrowing the values and principles of cooperative model and putting into their SMEs. Now, there is a new movement called the new cooperative. No, not worker cooperative. It is the new, yeah, it is somewhere there. I put it somewhere there. But now the point is there is innovation going on. How can we take advantage of this innovation to improve the resilience of cooperatives. Even as we work on the governance, you just pull it up. Now, these case studies, I don't want to go into them because they're standing on my neck. But the point is, the point is, in Canada, in 2018, before even COVID came, the Canadian government started a program called Conversion to Cooperatives Project because a lot of SMEs of aging people were collapsing when these aging people become unable to run them. So they started a program of converting those SMEs to cooperatives, and then COVID came. So SMEs began to struggle. Then they lumped every SME into that program. It is still going on. They have 255 SMEs converted to cooperatives. 191 of them are in one province called Quebec. Why? Because Quebec has laws that favor the formation of cooperatives, social policy. And that means we need to also look at how are our laws favoring the formation of cooperatives. Italy, when COVID came, you all know what happened in Italy about COVID. Italy went to cooperative formation for the SMEs that collapsed. And there's a lot of case studies for.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. A great academia here.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
And the zeal, the enthusiasm for the work is great. We just needed to have more time, but we really appreciate you. Please move from there, become a full academia.
What I have not added.
Yes.
I gave you my background.
Yes.
Currently, apart from being a researcher at CGIAR, I am a PhD student in climate change at the Institute of Climate Change and Adaptation in Chiromo. It has moved to Kabete recently.
Thank you.
But now I can combine them so that I finish it here.
Yes. Asante. A big hand clap for.
Yeah. So,
yes.
Unfortunately, I have not concluded it, but it's fine. Yeah.
Those who come from other parts of the world, this is the enthusiasm of people who speak the real English. The real English, from the lakeside, they have a lot of love for their staff, and we really appreciate you, Daktari, yes, in the making. Now, Daktari Gwe, you want to say one word or two, because we want our people to run for lunch.
Yeah, I think after this, we'll go for a lunch, about 30 minutes. Then when you come back in the afternoon, we'll have breakout rooms. We have 5 of them. So you can go to page 4. Just go to the abstract. So session 1, they'll go to the VC's boardroom. You'll be guided. Then we have session 2. They'll go to the research office, CDRI, down there. Then you have DVC, CDRI. There's a boardroom again for session 3. Then the session 4 will move to the School of Computing and Mathematics boardroom. Then the YSI will remain here, the Nordic Hall. So that is the key thing.
Asante. Mrembo there will give you a meal card. Kindly run, have your lunch, and let us go to those respective areas. There is so much to learn from each other. Time is an issue. Please let us take 30 minutes. We are not very many. Let us take 30 minutes, have our lunch, get to the respective sessions, the rooms that have been indicated, so that we can engage and learn more. We know that time pressure has been there. We started fairly late, probably, but we want to catch up. So please come over here. Jane?
Yeah, those who are online, the rooms have already been created, so they can just go in the rooms. We're going to be starting in 30 minutes, and the chairs are there. Thank you.
Okay. Jane, where are you? Let Jane come. Put up, they pick us, they see us, they pick us, they leave.
very rich information to share, so much to learn from each other.
You're the online. Use the mic at all times.
Okay, okay. So much to share. Members, so you can just stand here. Members speak as they leave. Mwangeka can guide them. My good sister, please guide our visitors as they go to CRCC. Pick yours. Okay. So let us pick and follow this good sister.